Hey, little Chook. You like that instant shout out that appeared the moment you said something? I guess I don't need any mods. I've got. I guess there's times when I actually might want to shout someone out who's not in my list. There's Estrella. You see that? She also got instantly shouted out. My instant shoutouts are working perfectly. It knows. It knows when you've typed something and it's watching. More instant than instant ramen. Yeah, for sure. Hello, Sir Eric. What were you streaming in your channel, Estrella? Was it Animal Crossing? Into your Discord. I saw that you and little Chook were in there. Vanilla was streaming her Animal Crossing game. Ah, I see. This thing. Yeah, here we go. Hey. I'm looking at some stuff in the microscope tonight because that's what we do around here. Sometimes. If I'm not looking at stuff through my camera or my scanning electron microscope, just spend a little bit of time staring deeply into the water. This is a rotifer. It's right on the edge. I don't know what it thinks it's doing over there. It's right on the edge of the glass slide. Huh. Studio, thank you for being a subscriber. You see that? She got a shout out and instant notification for being a subscriber. Just blasted it in. I know. I don't mess around. Or maybe I do mess around. Well, anyway. It feels weird looking at a video game on one tab and science on this tab. Well, this is like a video game. It's like a fancy Etch-a-Sketch with pond organisms. Let's see what it's up to down here. There we go. Hey, the daily diatom. It looks like it's a star anise. Which star anise could it be? You feel it's all I do is mess around? Most of the time I'm working. Just occasionally I mess around. Oh, that one's got a big long name. Are there water bears? Not in the sample, but I have some lichen, and I collected some sticks in advance of the stream because people usually ask me to see some water bears. It looks like a squished football. Oh, the diatom, the daily diatom. That's a star anise, a super. Kuelbsii. We got a little newt. Well done. It's many of the diatoms look like squashed footballs. That's what they do. The ones that crawl around on the bottom have a football shape. This one keeps like hanging out right at the edge of the bubble, and I don't like that. So we're gonna go cruise around a little bit. Even though I really like that rotifer, and it's pretty interesting. We're gonna zoom out a little. That's exactly how the water bears sound, yeah. Now you can shout out little newt newts whenever we find them. I will look for water bears maybe when we get to the end of this slide or the next one. Oh, oh, it's a nematode worm. They're doing its little rave dance for us. This is what they do, confounding my focal plane by jumping all over the place. Let's see what else we can find. I always feel like I'm looking through that magic mirror, like from kindergarten shows, from TV, back when people watched TV, when that was a thing. It was like a morning show for kids. And they would be like, let's see who's out there. And then they would just say random kids' names, looking through the magic mirror. And you had to hope that they would, fumble across your name by accident, I guess. Some little Epistylus. Let's see. Microscopic organisms are a lot more active than you imagined. It's kind of creepy. Well, they can be creepy. I actually think they're sort of beautiful. Creepy's one way to think of it, I guess, though. Let's see. 3x is as close as I can get zoomed in without getting too close, so I can't see a bunch of them at once. These little tiny bell-shaped organisms are Epistylus. Epistylus? Yeah. And for a moment there, you could see they can contract on the little stalks that they're on, but they each are on their own little stalk. You're going to try to study so you can look. What are you studying for, Estrella? They never said your name. That's not too surprising, I guess. What are you studying for? Are you in school all this time? I never even knew. You're studying French. Oh, okay. You can see they have these little hairs that go around. They're very skittish. They keep pulling themselves back in. You plan on teaching Latin on stream with your old high school textbook. Chook, why don't you just draw for us? I feel like that's better than Latin. Nobody wants Latin, do they? Do you know Latin? Yeah, whatever you do would be good, though. I guess that's true. Doesn't matter what it is. Little Juke could be like, I'm just going to read the phone book for the next 2 hours, and I would tune in. It'd still be like, this is better than most of Twitch right here. I don't think they have phone books anymore, though. This is this is one organism, and they're attached right here. You can see they can pull themselves back in. Let's call every number in the phone book. That's a good idea. Hey, Mel, how are you doing? It's my friend Mel. She plays music and mostly on a ukulele, but also piano. And I think you would want to check her out. You got an ad. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, this is okay. This is, we're looking at some tiny little guys. can't remember. I always get the names messed up for some of these little bell-shaped guys. Is it Epistylus? I think if they can contract, they have a different name. I'm, you know, we can do an actual shout out around here. We don't have to just shout you out vocally. There's a shout out for Mel. Oh, it took out the space between your name because I forgot that it does. It's messed up with the way I set it up. That's no good. Well, you can click on her name. I recommend Mel. It's because I set it up through my Leorin board, and it gets rid of special characters. Have I managed to catch any leeches? That's a good question. Say what? I actually went down to... You're here for me today. Oh, that's nice. I went down to Goose Pond, which is the place where I previously had found leeches, and most of the pond was dried up. Instead, hang on, let me show you what I saw when I was down there. Let's see, image. I think I can reach it. Hang on. It was mostly water birds, although I did collect some material from Goose Pond. Let's see, there's this one. Oh, is it going to open up as giant, though? It's too big. They're going to open up as like monster-sized files. I forgot about that. Oh, you can check it out on Instagram. I have a bunch of the images up on the bottom Instagram, not the university one. But I found a bunch of birds and took pictures of some birds. And I collected some samples. But I'm going to find any leeches. So it'll have to wait until this summer, probably, when I can go back. And the water levels were very low, but there were stilts, so blackneck stilts. And I saw a sandhill crane that was off on its own, and some greater yellowlegs. I think maybe that's the first time I've seen the greater yellowlegs. Usually I see the lesser yellowlegs, and then some other birds that I see all the time around here. But I just ended up doing a little bit of birding while I was roaming around, looking for leeches. Anyway, I checked like 4 different little lake areas that are down there, and I couldn't find any. So it'll have to wait until I can find some, or if somebody sends me some leeches, or I suppose I could ask for, I could order some from supply stores. Oh, it's Vorticella. That's why I keep messing it up. These are Vorticella. Epistylus can't contract like these do. It's Vorticella. So you can actually see, I think, since I'm zoomed out a little. Oh, let me zoom back out a little. Sorry. Now you have my menu, unfortunately. You can sort of see the current that they create, Vorticella. They're spinning little cilia around on the crown of their bodies on the anterior side of the head side, and it creates these little vortex. And that's where they get their name from, I think. They're creating little vortexes. These are Vorticella, though, yeah. And Studio has these really cool little Vorticella artwork. She does science art, and her emotes are most of her science art stuff are very cool. So you can order leeches from a leech supply store. I'm sure you can. They're a little bit like helicopters. In fact, these ones are attached you can see that they're attached to this plant mass that's here. But earlier there was a bunch of them in a piece of plant mass that had been detached, and they were basically just pulling it around in the slide, which is something that they do. They can detach from any surface that they're on, and then essentially they can use their little spinning hairs. They're really more like waving hairs, but they look like they're spinning, to pull themselves around in the slide. So you'll sometimes see them go whirring by just through the water column, which is sort of cool. So this sample is just from my koi pond in the backyard, and I had some samples from Goose Pond that I'd collected, but in fact I still have them. I might have taken them in. I have some stuff that I collected for Studio that I sent her, and then I have some stuff I want to put on the SEM tomorrow. And so I prepped some material, and I think I took some of the Goose Pond samples in to be prepped, but if I didn't, I probably will. So we can take a look at it on the SEM. So tomorrow I'll probably stream in the afternoon looking at some material from Sycamore Lake, which is the lake where the Diatom meeting that I'm hosting in the fall will take place. We'll have something like somewhere between 60 and 120 people there probably, and all diatomists that are coming to the meeting. And then I've asked Studio if she would do the artwork for the meeting. So for the mugs and the t-shirts and stuff, we'll have Studio Cornix's artwork. She does really cool stuff. She has their own algae farm, and she extracts pigments from algae from her algae farm, and then uses those to paint. And she paints the algae or similar algae using those pigments. So she has really spectacular work, and I think that the Diatom community is going to quickly fall in love with it. And I'm pretty excited because normally the t-shirts and the mugs and things just get like somebody's, partially drawn sketches of diatoms from something that they drew. And we've got real artists that are going to be contributing to ours. So that'll be a nice change. Oh, it's a giant worm. Hello. Hello, creepy little worm. That's its head. Clip arts. Not quite clip arts, but you're close to having your spirit guide. You're excited. Well, Eric, hopefully it doesn't disappoint you. The Diatom spirit guide that you get will remain always the same, I guess, unless I add some more to it. But then you'll know what to look for when you're looking for guidance, and we find your type of spirit guide. This is Staricirella for Studio Cornix. She's all over the place. It doesn't have legs. You do miss River. This is it doesn't have legs. It has little hairs that stick out of its body. So I know River's the cutest, isn't she? And I just have her pop up whenever people want. I haven't heard anything about River in a while. I should talk to my sister. I haven't really actually talked to anybody because the semester goes on, and then I know this is such a cute little kitty. So people who don't know River, this cat right here, this little kitten, it's probably a cat by now. During the pandemic, my sister and my mom went out to go birding, and they heard something they thought was a catbird, and they got close to this little river, and they found this little kitten sitting out on a rock out in the water, and it was basically just drenched. And I think somebody had thrown it in the river, and it had managed to swim poorly enough to get onto a rock. and it was just stuck there, and it was like crying, and just totally covered in mud and water, and just drenched. And my sister clambered into the water and fished the little kitty out and brought it home. And her son, Tyler, adopted it. So, but she's a photographer, and she took these pictures of the kitten when she got back from, out birding. And, they dried it off and cleaned it up a little. So, but I heard she's still cute. So, I guess we'll see. So it's not the legs on the worms, but little hairs. And a lot of times the worms, these are kite. That's what these things are called. It's little hairs that you see sticking off of it every so often. Worms have segmented bodies, and they'll have a set of hairs for each one of the segments. So, can you speak to the diatoms? Will they react? Well, unfortunately, I don't think they can hear you. They could only hear me, unless you newt at them, in which case they probably could hear the newts. Yeah, sometimes the worm just gets a little tired, but they just actually move through this sort of detritus, and they eat everything that they sort of encounter. It's a pretty big worm, and it's kind of stuck in it. If we go... There you go. Now you know how to talk to them. There's diatoms all over in our field of view, by the way. I just sort of overlook a lot of them because I want to look at the moving things. Some of the diatoms are moving, but most of the stuff you see... Oh, what's this? It's the other end of the worm? Or is it two worms? I should follow it around. It goes into here and then just disappears, so it's somewhere off in the distance there. But you can actually see all the things it's been eating, because most of the things that live in the water are transparent. And if people were transparent, I feel like that would be very bad. You could see what I've been eating. There you go. There's its head. It's just looking for more food. They eat everything they encounter. I mean, I probably don't stick everything in their mouth, but most of it. So, it might be good because people will be more mindful of what they eat. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Oh, here he is. It crawled off of the screen a little. You can see all the... It would be funny if people could see what you could eat. They'd be like, oh my God, this person just constantly with the donuts? Come on, Mel. Why are you eating donuts every day? I don't know. It would be pretty weird. Mine would be like full of chips and pretzels, probably. Salty things. Let's go look around. There's some little spinny things. Those are algae. All the stuff that it's all clumped in with is algae as well. Just some sort of algal mass. I collected this by just going out to my koi pond and sort of scraping a little bit off the side. Oh, is that another worm? Yep. There's a bunch of worms in here. There's a bunch of little worms. This one, that's its head. Right there. And it only goes that far. It's a little cute little baby worm. And this one, it also only goes that far. Because one of these worms had eggs, and it laid them, and it hatched. We've got little worm eggs in here. Little tiny worms everywhere. It's probably that time of year, In the summer, it's probably when they want to grow to their full size and be adults. This little thing's a rotifer. It looks like it's trying to find some food. These things that are in the background that look like, hang on, let me see if I can zoom in on them for you. They're little baby worms, yeah. There's in the box up there, that's a rotifer. And then these things that are right in front of it. This is Cenodesmus. It's a type of green algae. It has little spines that float. Odontidium. That is a nice one. Hey, look at this. It's Science. Welcome in, Science. Thank you for being a subscriber. You also set off my little subscriber bell, which is pretty cool. Cenodesmus have these little spines on the outside edges right here. And whenever they don't really have a way of moving, they just float around, but they fill these with gas, these little spines around the tips on the outside cells, and it lets them float a little easier so they don't fall out of the water column. And Cenodesmus is a colonial algae. Most of the time you will find them living in colonies. They can occur singly and then in doubles, so 2s, 4s, and 8s. These are 4s, and I think when I was looking around, most of them are 4s. Like this one back here is a 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the spine colonies are on the ends. Same thing as this one, only this one's a little bit bigger. That's a diatom back there, right here. This is a little diatom. And then this one right here is a 4. See, all 4s. And Cenodesmus have a response to fish, which is that they can tell when other Cenodesmus are being eaten. It gives off a chemical, and what they do is make their colonies bigger when they're being eaten by zooplankton or fish or something. So if there's a lot of them present in the water, they start to make their colonies bigger, and that's because most things that live in the water, they will eat whatever fits in their mouth. That's a normal behavior for them. And if the thing is bigger than their mouth is by making colonies, then basically they can avoid being predated upon or grazed upon. So it's a strategy that they have, a life strategy, to make themselves bigger so that they can avoid being eaten. And the flotation spines then are especially important for them so that they can stay up in the water column. This is some of these little baby worms that we saw. Those are some sort of a ligguicate worm, probably. And then all around in the samples, you'll see little things that look like tiny footballs. Down here's one. That are moving around. These are all little diatoms. And you can see why normally I look at them on the scanning electron microscope, or I look at them at a much higher magnification than we are. And that's just because the size of them is so small. You can't see any of the details like this. You really need to be looking at them at 1,000 times magnification or higher. So all these Cenodesmus are 4s that I can see in our field of view. Everything 4 colonies. So and here's another nice big diatom. I think we can zoom in on this one. It's not crawling around. This is the 400 times magnification. There's a couple of them in our field of view here. This is Gomphinema johnsoni, which is, I don't know, there's like a monoculture of it in my koi pond, so I always see it. Here's another one. And these are, Gomphinema are a type of diatom that lives attached lifestyles for the most part. They can crawl around, they have a raphe, But on one end of their body, they have a set of little pore fields that they use to make this sort of stalk-like thing that they attach to substrates. And then they spend most of their life just chilling out, hanging out on a substrate. You're going to go. Have a good rest of our day, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with us, Sir Eric. It was nice of you to drop in. 5 spheres inside look very stylish. Those are the oops, sorry. I'll go back to it. I think I still have it. I bumped it a little. Those are the chloroplasts inside right here. So it just has some chloroplasts hanging around in the valve. And this one may be inactive. Sometimes when they're in darkness for a while, they're gonna be a little less active. And the light from the microscope might actually activate them a little bit. You prefer them when they're dead, yeah. What do diatoms eat? Is that your question, Octums? Diatoms they eat sunlight. They are they're primary producers, so they just eat nutrients and sunlight, and they use that to make their food. Oh, look at this little guy. Hello. I think that's a chrysophyte. But next to the chrysophyte, right there, look at that guy. I think it's a rotifer. Yeah, it's just repositioning a little. There it goes. Hang on. Now it's got its little head out. That's the antenna that you can see right there, that thing that's sticking up. That's off the top of its head. And it's just folded itself back out a little bit. Let's see if we zoom out, you should see the whole thing very clearly. And if it sits here for a while, it may actually take its little corona out. So they have this set of like fan-like things they can fold out from inside their head that are covered with little hairs, and they can use them to create vortexes, the same as the vorticella that we saw earlier. You can see its little mouth there as well. Like it's got like a little tiny piece sticking off the head end. That's there's an antenna, but on the other side is a mouth. And when it pulls out its corona from inside of its head, it'll use those to basically create little vortexes around it, and that's when you know it's feeding. Right now it's just sort of sniffing around at the water, and it does have its mouth out. You can see there's some little cilia around the end of its mouth here. Especially when it's turned on its side a little bit like that, you could see them. Oh, this is a little cilia that photobombed us here. It just flew in and out. Let's see if it looks like maybe it's got its, no, it's just using its mouth right now. It hasn't pulled out it's like a profile view of it. Apparently there are people who live off of sunlight. It's apparently possible. Well, I don't know about people. There's definitely plants that do it, and algae. Yeah, it would save you a lot of money. It might be kind of boring if all you ate was sunlight, though. Let's we'll zoom back out. We're in at 40. This thing's kind of spinning around. Oh, it does have its little... It's got one of its little sets of spinning mouth parts out. But it's attached to this, like, junk back here. It's, like, stuck on it a little bit. And it's causing it to spin. And when it spins, we lose it every time it goes high. Here's another little rotifer. Right there. It's a different kind. They almost look like little bugs, but but that's a rotifer. Helicopter mouth, yeah. Rotifer rally. Oops, hang on. Too many things in the foreground I'm fighting with. Oh, here's one with its mouth out. Here we go. Let's zoom in on this one. There you can see it's got its little corona out. Let's see if I can get it to focus on just the corona part. So you can see it has like a set of little hairs that look like they're spinning around the top of its head right here. In fact, they're just doing like this, like it's waving high, but it's doing the wave like this. Chainsaw face. Yeah, a little bit like a chainsaw face. It definitely looks like a chainsaw. It doesn't function like one. But you can see what it's doing. You can see the gyre that it's creating and all the particles that are being pulled towards its face. So this is how it eats. It basically just sits still. This thing is a rotifer, lost datagram. It's a type of microscopic organism. Somewhere I could probably tell you what the size of it is. Let's see, we're at 20x times 3. I have a scale bar for that somewhere. Give me a second. There you go. There's a scale bar that fits the magnification where we are. Hey, look at this. It's Evan.pro. Thank you for being a subscriber for the channel, Evan. And welcome back. We're looking at some pond organisms from my backyard, from the pond. Hope you're doing well. I haven't got a shout out in there command for Evan yet, but I'll work on it. I can type it for now. Here we go. To be added. Give Evan a look-see. Give him a follow. Does some programming. I'm going to try to tweak that lighting a little bit. It's a bit over brightened. There. Now you can really see what's going on inside of it. This is creating the current that's drawing particles towards its mouth, which is in here, right about where the arrow is. And then this thing here is called a mastax. It's like a chewing tool that it has for grinding stuff up a little bit. And then you can see it's going into its intestines here, which wrap around and come out the backside of the organism. So it's a one of the microscopic groups that are commonly found in benthic environments in pretty much all lake settings. This particular type of rotifer lives in a little tube, and I've seen it before in my koi pond. It's not the same as the one that we were looking at earlier. They eat anything that'll fit into their mouth. So for lost datagram, that's their eating style is basically just create a vortex and then hope something that comes towards their face is food that they can eat. So a bit of detritus, algae, anything really. If it's in there, they'll eat it. They do have the ability to reject particles. So, you think of them like a little baby, that's playing the game with the choo-choo train with the parent. And sometimes the food comes in and they just spit it back out. They do that. But yeah, they're filter feeders. The chlorophyll that you can see here. So this thing lives in a bit of a tube, and it's made a little tube out of some of the plant material here, so it can kind of pull itself back into this tube. But inside of its body, there's definitely some chloroplasts from algae that it's been eating. Yeah, so creating a vortex by to suck stuff towards your face is actually a pretty common strategy in aquatic systems. We saw some Vorticella a bit earlier, and that's what they do. We found some ciliates just swimming around. I didn't point them out very clearly, but we can see that. But rotifers and ciliates of all types basically use this as a strategy. So it's like they're the way that they filter feed is create a vortex and then just hang out and pull stuff in and eat it. So it's a pretty cool little strategy that they have. Let's look around a little bit. So there's another type of rotifer right here. That one's looks a bit more like a vehicle than the other one. It's also trying to thwart my attempt to keep it in the camera. So this like teardrop shaped thing, that's also a rotifer. These ones are a little bit more predatory, so they go looking for food, and they'll basically, so they'll shape sort of like little submarines or something. That they also have cilia on the front of their mouth, basically, and they use that to pull food in as well. You're new for aquatic life, that's okay. There's a lot to learn. And these tiny little drops of water that I put on the sample have some, they all have some algae. These are little algal mats that were growing on the side of my koi pond. And that's really pretty. Right there. There you can see the little hairs, the little cilia that are rotating around on that. Let's just zoom in and take a look at it. I love when they go really slowly and you can see the individual hairs as they sort of whip around. You can see the sort of distortion in the water. I think it's really pretty. This is probably a detached Vorticella, is probably what that is. Hey, Dr. N PhD, welcome in. Also, if you like microscope streamers, we have a new microscope streamer with us. So Studio Cornix is one, but Dr. N here is just started streaming relatively recently. And they also do some microscope streaming, and their background is more biology, genetics side of stuff. So if you're here for the science and you want some other science streamers, you can also check out that huge list of other microscope streamers that actually just popped up by random. My mom got my daughter a bird clock for Christmas, and then she left it here in my office. So sorry about the bird noise. Right on the hour. The 8 o'clock bird noise. Yeah, it's just chirping away. I wonder what it would look like. What do you think we could put, if we could put some googly eyes on it? Let's see. I'm going to just put some on there. We'll see what it looks like. Let's see. We'll get a googly. Here's a googly eye. There's 2 googly eyes. We'll just put one here. And we'll put one over here. Something like that. There. And now you can, if you just type googly with an exclamation point in the chat, you can Google his eyes. Just like googly. Yeah, exactly, like googly. There you go. You can Google his eyes around. Is it not working? I think it's working. Sometimes the chat gets disconnected from it, but we'll Google him around a little. There we go. When you spin all those hairs around, then it really gets you confused, I think. Okay. What's going on with my buttons? We'll hide those. Sorry. Slight detour from the normal around here. Yeah, so there you can see it's like a little ring of hairs. I think you can see that pretty clearly, even where you guys are. looks pretty amazing actually in the light microscope. Everything looks a little bit worse on the camera. You can see it's starting to go crazy with it. Oh, it detached. Whatever it was stuck on, it detached from, and then it just took off. The cilia on it basically allowed it to zoom out. Oh, there goes one. They're just going flying by now. All right, let's go looking around. Let's see what else we can find. There's some more rotifers. There's another one. You can see their body plan. They always have cilia around the tops of their heads and around their mouths, and they always have like some sort of little toes or foot thing that hang off the backside. So the Googles are getting canceled out by the hair spinning. Approximately, yes. I was putting it sort of in its mouth. Oh, there's this guy we saw before, right there. We're back in its territory. Oh, here's a different type of rotifer right there. There's the other type that we've seen. That's the one that we saw before. It was kind of spinning around. That's a rotifer as well. Let's go looking. See what we can find. See if we can find any more of those baby worms. Saw some pretty cool little baby worms. There's another little ciliate right there. These, this little thing right here that's swimming around is a euglena. The green thing in the middle there. It looks pretty small from where we are, but that's a euglena. They have one little red eye. So if you're wondering how I know what it is, they have this sort of teardrop shape, like an elongated teardrop shape, and then they have like a red eye spot. It's decided to swim in and out of focus for us, but it has a little red eye spot. Oops, let's zoom back out. While I look around, it's diatoms. Sometimes we can find some really cool little stuff. Oh, there's an egg. I don't know, maybe a rotifer egg? It's not attached to anything. There's another one of those little guys we saw with the spinning that we put the googly eyes on. You can see the really delicate little hairs. Oh, which bit are diatoms? Yeah. Oh, a little euglena baby would be amazing. So this is probably Vorticella. Let me see if I can show you a diatom. They're all over the place in these. They're in the background. Like that one right there is a diatom. This thing, the little football guy. And they're all going to be like in this size range, really. They're pretty small, and they don't show up very well at the magnification that we were looking at things at. The larger things eat diatoms, and so as a... oh, that guy just flew in and then flew out. The big one is a Vorticella, yeah. It's some sort of Vorticella. That's what it looks like. It looks like a detached Vorticella. That's what happens when they just detach from whatever they were on. But so like this, let's see. Let's zoom in on that. These are diatoms. You can see they're like an order of magnitude smaller. And it's because they end up being food for everything that's bigger than them, basically. So, oh, no problem dangling. It's just a, I was having trouble with hearing somebody. I was trying to help them with something in the Discord earlier. So this is actually two diatom cells. This is one and this is the other. And when they split on the same stalk. So they split by binary fission. They just basically divide themselves in half. and they create a new valve for this is the new valve on one side, and this is the new valve on the other side. And so if you squeezed these two edges, these used to be together as one diatom, like the outside of this one and the outside of this one used to be connected into one diatom. Yeah, and the stalk is here, but you see that it's become detached, probably because it was attached to the side of the koi pond. So you can see their little stalks, and then this is the foot pole, this is the head pole, and you can see this structure in here is because the raphe is visible slightly. You can see it bends from the valve face downward. We're looking at these in girdle view. So you're running late and you can't stop watching. Well, you can catch the VOD later. It's fine, Mel. Or I'll stream again. You know, it's pretty easy. Yes. So all you know about diatoms is when they're dead, they're great for filtering stuff. Yeah. So the primary use for diatoms is as filtration, and they for people, and we use it to filter things like ponds, not ponds, but the swimming pools have diatom filters, and beer and wine filters are the high quality beer and wine filters are all diatom filters because they're tiny, and when the organic matter is all gone out of them, they have these little lacy skeletons that basically can be used to filter things very carefully. And so usually people, the diatomists are into drinking, so generally speaking, they really like the idea that we're the reason that the good beer and wine is there. So sea light, yeah. So it's just diatomite that they modify, but also hand warmers, the kind when you're cold and you can break them open and hold them in your hand. Those have diatomite in them typically. Dynamite also. Yeah, diatomists like drinking. I'm an exception. I don't drink, but most of them like drinking. So you're gonna have a fun time when you come for the diatom meeting studio. If you like drinking. So, do dead diatoms contribute to filtering bodies of water in nature? No. Once they're in the sediments, they're mostly in muds, and so they just basically get buried. So there's not much. These are Gomphonema. This is Gomphonema johnsoni. So if you're looking for them on diatoms of North America, you're going to go grab some. It's a little ciliate came zooming by. You're going to grab some diatomite from Idaho. That's actually what I look at. That's the 10 million year old stuff that I look at. So send me some when you get it. Maybe we'll find some new species in there. I have described a genus and species from the Idaho diatomites, from Lake Idaho stuff, yeah. There's a whole bunch. Here's some more of that Cenedesmus. Oh, what's this thing? What the heck? That's like some sort of trichome. My cat has busted in. All right, let's zoom back out. So this little guy here in the middle, that's a diatom. This thing that's slightly out of focus here, that's like bowling pin shaped, that's the one we were looking at. That's the Gomphonema. And sorry, I have to zoom out so you can kind of see me moving around. Some ciliates. There's a bunch of ciliates up here wiggling around. The ciliates activate the warmer the water gets. They do a little bit better. And so, oh, what's this? Hello? Hello? Where are you going? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's a tiny little rotifer of some type. It's a little baby rotifer. I've never seen that one. Uh, that's the same one we've been looking at. Around that egg, there's a nematode worm dancing around in the middle. Trichomia. That's a little nematode worm. This is their normal freaky dance they do. This looks like it's stuck a little bit. They usually just start dancing. If I find something good, I've got to name it after you. That's fine. Although, usually, because you have such a common name for the last part of it, probably would have to use your whole name. You know, if I was going to name it after you, would have to use your whole name. So the species name would be like your whole name plus the letters I at the end. No, it's not a secret what your name is, but I thought I would just... You can put it together that way. It's a little rotifers. Here's some of those Vorticella that are attached. Some diatoms. There's a big clump in here. I like to have the big clumps because stuff likes to hide in them. And then we can find some stuff in the clumps usually. Like the worms and things usually are hanging out in the clumps. These big masses of algae on the sides. And that's why we found so many worms in the beginning of this. So I was looking around in those. Rotifer. I really like when I find amoeba, and I keep finding the skeletons of amoeba without actually finding any of the amoeba. Like just the testate amoeba skeletons everywhere. And sometimes I like to just have like one of these like really slow, creepy amoeba we can just watch. Oh, there's another worm. Hello? That's a big one. Oh, medium-sized one. What is that? That's a little baby worm. There you can see, it's not very big. That's its head, and there's its tail. Just a little tiny baby worm. Pretty neat. I think I need to... Yeah, it's a little too dark. You can see it's kind of hiding itself in the grass. It doesn't realize there's no fish around, but my koi pond does have fish, and they probably seek these things out. This is nightmare fuel. I don't know about that. I think all of these little organisms are cute. I guess, like anything, when you first are exposed to it, it seems terrifying. And then the longer you spend around it, the more you can kind of see the beauty in it. You know? So to me, a bunch of these little things crawling around in the water, it doesn't bother me. They're so small, you know, and their lives are so short. Who's ever afraid of a worm, though? I mean, worms aren't terrifying, are they? Look at this thing. Is it scary? I think it's just fascinating. Except they're huge. They're not huge. They just look big because I've made them big with a microscope with some fancy lenses. Look at that beautiful, like, peristolysis, the movement. a little off-putting. Well, everybody has their own opinion, I guess. Mine is, this is beautiful. Look at that. The movement. I don't know. I could just sit and watch it all night, I think. Are any of these hazardous to humans? No, none of them. They're not dangerous in any way. You wouldn't notice them. I mean, you might notice this worm might be big enough to actually see moving around, but it's like earthworms, basically. It's not going to be any more dangerous than an earthworm. Nematodes are everywhere. There's a little nematode right there. That's another type of worm. But they're everywhere. And, like, literally everywhere. This guy, he's not hurting anything. They mostly just eat their way through, like, sediments and plants. Look at all the algae and stuff that they've digested. You can see right into what they had for lunch. They just eat plants and sediment. Look at the movement of that. I just think it looks amazing. You just don't like worms. Well, I mean, some people don't. Oh, the ones that try to eat your brains or your dog's hearts. Yeah, I don't like those ones either. I try to stay away from the ones that eat my brain. Did I get any water bears? Mel, I have some sticks that I took from my roof, which probably have some water bears on them. But I need to prep them a little bit. So we can't look at them until I have to scrape the lichen off. Yeah, I know, isn't it? I think it's just amazing. And, people are like, "Ugh." I get why people would think of it as being like, I don't know, terrifying. Because I've taken something that they didn't realize was there and I've made it visible. But I live in a world full of tiny invisible things. This is where I live. So every inch, of our planet is just filled with you'd love to make some music for the footage. Well, you can do that. I actually thought about asking I have a lot of music streamer friends, and I was thinking about asking some of them if I could play some of their music, like behind my stream, so I didn't have to use Pretzel Rock or something like that. I think it would be really kind of cool. Nematodes are kind of the bottom of the food chain in a way, aren't they? Well, lots of things eat them. They eat stuff, though, so they're not quite the bottom of the food chain. They're going to be, second tier up consumer, probably, technically. Is that why... Oh, sorry, somebody had a comment up here. The comments are coming a little faster than I can pay attention to. Is that why my gastrointestinal tract looks like... Oh, is this what it looks like to space aliens? Probably. That's probably why they keep doing all those probes on you. I mean, probably. They want to see what you've been eating. We might have some of these in us right now. Probably not these ones. These are... like nidid worms, like these ones, are pretty common in lake systems. What's happening right now? Come here. Sorry, this is Wednesday, everybody. Wednesday always likes to see whatever I'm doing when I'm in here at the desk, because she wants to look in the microscope. Same junk we always look at. She's not impressed. But she always wants to climb into my lap whenever I'm sitting in this chair. And then when I pick her up, she immediately wants to be put down. She's just like she's got her own plans about everything. But for the last 4 or 5 months, she's decided that I'm the pillow. So she likes to just climb up on me and lay down. And it's just whenever I sleep, I have to sleep on my side, or else the cat basically will lay on me. So... sorry, just she was sitting down there meowing at me. Hey, Moosey Fate, how is it going? And I haven't seen you in a while, Kerr, but thank you for dropping in. It's nice to see you. You can play mine always. It's a bit crazy. Well, I'll just take some of those loop tracks you were working on. we can just have that going in the background. How would you tell Twitch you have permission to use another streamer's music? Well, usually they only look at copyrighted music. So if I'm playing original music from an artist, I think I can get away with it. I don't think Twitch would care. And then the artist would have to make a claim typically. So if I'm streaming some streamer's music and I have permission, then they probably aren't going to make a claim. So Lunkwell asks, what specs do you recommend for a family microscope? My answer is any microscope would be okay for a family microscope. You don't need to spend a lot of money to have a fancy microscope. The image that we're collecting right here that you can see is pretty nice. And this is at 20x, which is actually 200x on my microscope. But it's not a high quality lens. And literally any microscope you can buy for a family would be fine. You don't need to spend a lot of money. This microscope costs $20,000, but the reason it costs so much money is because it uses differential interference contrast, which is creating that. So this is what it would look like if you didn't have differential interference contrast. Still amazing. You still could see everything just fine. And you don't need to have that sort of fancy lighting. That fancy lighting is because I use these microscopes to describe species and identify things and post them pictures in journal articles for science because I'm a scientist. Wednesday's child is full of woe. That's hello, Sanders. That's a funny line that you've picked up. When I was in college, and let's see, this was a long time ago, but I was in band, and we had a song called Wednesday's Child, or maybe it was Thursday's Child. It was an extension of this idea of Wednesday's child is full of woe, from I guess it's a nursery rhyme. Yeah, especially if you made music specifically for this, then we could definitely play it. But so to answer your question, Lunkwell, you don't need to have any. You don't need to have any special kind of microscopes. The cheap ones that you can buy, anything for kids especially. You probably don't want to get an expensive microscope. It's probably a bad idea. They're going to break stuff. I have little cheap microscopes that I let my daughter use, and she has just as much fun with those as she would with this thing. I don't think it's required that you spend a lot of money on any of it. The things that you want to look at is, what kind of camera, does it have a camera? Do you want to try to take pictures? That sort of thing. So, if you're looking for a scope and you're trying to find a good recommendation, you're looking to say, like, is this a good one or not? You can drop into the Discord and just throw your microscope specs at me or Pacific Plankton. We can take a look at it and we can tell you what we think. She's usually in there hanging out. But you don't need to have a expensive microscope. Something slightly above the plastic type that you can just get for $10 would probably be good. But the mistake most people make is they think that the magnification is somehow related to the quality of the microscope, and it's not really. It's about how comfortable you can be using it for the most part. You want something with two eyepieces, because people don't like to do this. Like, no matter how much you use a microscope, you probably don't want to look at it with just one eye. And then whether or not you want a camera mount on the top of it of some type. But you don't need to get the high-end ones. And there's some cheaper models. The people that make Leica make a cheap model and a relatively inexpensive model, not cheap. But and I told them that I streamed on Twitch from my microscope, and they were like, "What's Twitch?" So, but I told them, I talk to people all the time. They ask me for microscope recommendations, and they were like, "Oh, can we give you this brochure you could give to them?" And I'm like, "No." But Leica is good company. Olympus is a good company. Canon. There's all kinds of really nice, just anybody who makes cameras probably also makes microscope lenses. But there's a whole bunch of like low-end microscopes you can get that do not cost a lot of money that, you can buy. For your kids, it would be great. For you, it would be great. You'd be able to see whatever you wanted. So, most of what we're looking at is 20x or 10x, which is going to be multiplied by the eyepieces, which are usually 10 times. So it's an old rhyme, yeah. Yeah. Our cat's named Wednesday after Wednesday Addams, but that's the name, like the pound where we picked her up. They name them when they get clusters of kittens or clusters of dogs from one parent. They name them after something like movies or whatever. That's the way they do it now. And so there was like a Morticia and a Wednesday, and I don't know if there was a Pugsley, but they're just the Addams family from the movie.
Hey,
So
Maui,
we went there.
Salary.
Hello, Sanders. Thank you for the subscription. So she's just named after. And when we got there, my daughter was like, I like the name Wednesday better than the one that she'd picked out, which was Eevee, because she liked the Pokemon character and she wanted to name the cat after that. But she'd be more impressed if they were paw-sized. Well, sometimes I stream just pictures of birds from my backyard, and she likes those streams quite a bit, actually, where I don't talk and just point at birds and take pictures and do sort of close-up photography of birds. Usually that's like Saturday, Sunday in the mornings, but it's just whenever I feel like it. So, but she really likes those streams. It's the #1 cat stream on Twitch, I'm pretty sure. There's at least 2 or 3 people who just tune in so their cats can watch their iPads. Yeah, for binoculars and telescopes, your quality of your lenses is a lot more important, I think. I think for these type of microscopes, you just want to get a good quality from company. So, sorry, I'm gonna catch up with chat. I'm a little behind here, so. One downloadable PDF, please. What do you want a PDF of, Moosey? Oh, for the Leica microscope? Yeah, I can give it to you. Streams loved by cats are the best. Yeah. What's the question? Does the food just like dissolve? What food? What did I miss? I must have said something. Yeah. Oh, she might just be watching your chicken streams. That's true. Oh, yeah. That's fine. I can probably, they probably did give me a PDF of it. So, all right, let's let this worm go for a while. We've been just sitting on it while I chit-chatted. Sorry about that. And let's see what else we can find, if anything. Oh, here's a rotifer right here. It's just thinking about pulling out the... I love that it's decided to sit still so you can see its little eyes. And it's at the same plane. There's the eyes. They actually do have little eye spots. And this is the antenna. So there's like a thing sticking up here on the top of its head. Looks a little obscene. It's actually an antenna that they use to sort of sense what's going on around them, whether or not there's a lot of food. And then this one, it's like sort of slug-shaped, but at the foot, it has 3 little toes that it uses to grab onto stuff and hold it. And when it gets really stretched out, usually then they open up their corona and start spinning them. And I'm hoping it will do that for us. You can see that's right between the eyes is the mouth for it. Oh, when it swallows up to digest. Yeah. They look a little bit like water bears, but water bears have legs. The rotifers just have a foot on the back end, or little toes that stick off, no legs. Yeah. How long do they live? Do you mean rotifers? This is a Deloid rotifer, and the one that we were looking at. Now it's hiding. Deloid rotifers are all female. The entire family of Deloid rotifers are female, and they just reproduce asexually. There's no males, and there hasn't been any males in the Deltoid rotifers for some species it's 10 million years, and for some species it's 75 million years. There's been no male organisms, just the only ones are all female. But it's hard to say. Oh, it does have its little corona out. There it goes. It's spinning its little corona. So that's the same one we were looking at before. You can see it's got its corona out, like little vacuum cleaner propellers around the outside of its mouth, and it's creating the same sort of current as the other one we saw. The other one had more like a curtain of them around its face. This one actually has two little propeller-like things that stick around here, but it has the same. The mouth is here. These fold out from inside of its head, basically, and this is the mastax that it's using to chomp everything that comes into its mouth. So that's the same structure. So the age of them is hard to say because they make themselves by cloning. So technically, some of them are 10 million years old. I mean, it's just making clones of itself. When it makes eggs, it just makes identical clones. And so an individual like rotifer probably only lives a few months, but it lays eggs that are, clones of itself. So, and that happens regularly, many times in a year. They just clone themselves and clone themselves and clone themselves. So, how do you determine the age of something that just clones itself and constantly makes more of itself? It's a really challenging question, and it's the same problem with like diatom ages and amoeba ages. So diatoms and amoeba, they make more of themselves by splitting in half. How do you figure out which one is the old one and which one is the young one? It's like half of the cell went to one organism and half of it went to another, and they're both the daughter, and neither one is the parent anymore. So the same thing happens with amoeba. Everybody knows an amoeba. They'll just split and divide, and they just keep dividing. So how do you know which one is the parent? How can you tell how old an amoeba is? I mean, technically there's some DNA and maybe some organismal component that's been around in that same amoeba for, many generations. It's hard to say. It's really difficult to get a grasp on their age. That's a question people often ask me, and I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, an individual like organism might live a few months, but the fact that it's a clone makes it impossible for us to get a sense of exactly. There you can see some little hairs on the cilia on this one that are rolling around in the top. Kur says, thank you for all of your explanations. I always learn so many things every time I come on the stream. Oh, that's what we do. We're here for education and entertainment. It's nice to be able to look at all these cool organisms with people. I probably would have done it anyway. Not that I have anything against hanging out with people, but I probably would just occasionally look at stuff that I can because I have a fancy microscope, and it's what I like to do. It's nice that I can be able to share it with people and that they can ask questions about it. Here's that worm. I think it's a different one. Oh, that guy's super active. Some little... Hello? Change directions. It's nice to be able to just sort of hang out and chat about stuff. And this is sort of quality, quiet time for me to be able to like sit on a microscope. My normal pattern is to wait until my daughter's getting ready for bed and my wife is like reading her bedtime stories and stuff. Mainly because she doesn't like me reading the bedtime stories to her. She only wants mommy to do that. And this is like my little bit of downtime where they're off trying to get Sylvia to fall asleep, and And I can just look at funny looking worms on the internet with people, you know, as you do, as one does, or whatever little hairy beasts we can find. There's some, I don't know what that is. There's some little Vorticella right here. These ones are attached. Just barely, but those are Vorticella. That's a tiny amoeba. That orange thing that's right in the middle of the screen is an amoeba. It's an Arcella. But I don't know that the amoeba is alive. I don't see any pseudopods sticking out. Oh, hello. What is this? That's a crazy looking rotifer. Whoa. I've never seen one that looks like this before. That one is kind of terrifying, actually. Those are the cilia on its head. Here you can see it's got the same kind of structure with the eye spot. All of the parts are there, so I can tell that it's a rotifer because it has the corona, it's spinning. It has an antenna. This is how it uses to sense its environment. There's the eye. And down here, the mastax is chomping away. It's pretty energetic, yeah. But see, here's the, it's pulling stuff. You can see the huge vortex this thing is making. It's a very large one. And I've never seen this species before. I've never seen anything like this rotifer, but I could tell it was a rotifer. It has all the same components. Down here is it's got like a snake tail kind of thing coming off of the bottom end. And then it's attached itself probably to the glass. Yeah. It's gripped onto the cover slip. That's its little toes right there. So it's like grabbed onto the glass. And then it's got a little long tail-like structure. And this one is very boxy. I've never seen this rotifer before, like this type. Oh, it just pooped for us. You saw a big clump of poop come out. Everybody loves a poop stream. It eats, it's gotta poop. Those are the rules. Yeah, that was a good one. It's digested very, very well what it was eating.
Hey, Maui Souri.
Monkwell, thank you for the subscription to Octums. That's great. That was pretty cool. You pooped a sub. Perfect. There you go. One poop equals one sub around here. I know I've said this before, and there's a floating message that tells people this, but any money that comes in, I don't keep. I use it to... You got the subscriber bell now, Octums. Welcome in. For discovering a new rotifer. You can't name stuff after yourself. That's generally the case for things. I don't know that it's a new species. It's just a new species for me. But I've never seen this before in my pond. I've looked through this stuff. I've been looking through the samples from my pond for like years now, and I've never seen this thing. So it's kind of cool. It's huge relative to all the other rotifer types that I've seen. It's much bigger. I mean, that thing is pretty big. We're at 10x. No, we're at 20x, but it's still pretty big. And it's such an unusual like head shape. There you go. Now we're looking at it from the top. That's the top of its head. We were looking at it from the side before, so you can see the two like sets of cilias that are going on the sides of its face. It's much more clear, like its actual shape when it's looking at us from this position. I probably could could figure out the species if I worked at it. What else do I look at besides pond water was somebody's question. I look at whatever I can put under my microscope. I have fixed slides. Did it just take off? Oh, it took off. It decided to move somewhere. Where did it go? We just sort of look at whatever I want, really. Oh, here, I found it. Hello, you can't escape me. Not that easily. It's like a snake head. It's shaped like a cobra. I just look at whatever. In the SCM, I think we were planning for tomorrow to look at some diatoms, but I also may look at some mushrooms. I may go looking around tomorrow morning. I may go for a little hike and see if I can find some mushrooms to put on the SCM. But we just look at whatever. I look at diatoms for a living, and I'm a paleoecologist, so that's my generally my primary research is looking at lake sediments, not what's in water that's alive, but stuff that's basically from fossils, from dead organisms, dead diatoms for the most part. But my lab also looks at charcoal and phytoliths and sponge spicules and chrysophytes, and there's testate amoeba stuff we sometimes see in lake sediments, and use it to try to reconstruct conditions of the past in the lake systems. So, an anonymous cheerer cheered for 1 bit. 1 bit. I peep at whatever I peep at. Yeah, exactly. One thing I really like about my job, I can complain about a bunch of things, but one thing that I never complain about is, did that work when you shook me up? Is this I think it's working. It's working on my side. There's a lot to complain about being an academic, I feel, but also I get to do what I want, and I get to look at whatever I want. And I've described new species and new genera of diatoms just because some people sent me some material, and I was like, this is new. So I have the flexibility to kind of entertain whatever crazy ideas come into my mind as a scientist, to try to look at things or explore things that people don't normally look at. And that's what I like about my job. I also like teaching. Like, I really enjoy teaching and mentoring students. And that's basically 2/3 of my job. 1/3 of my job is like administration stuff, which I don't like. Don't like meetings. Don't like having meetings. Don't like having to go to faculty meetings or be on committees. None of that stuff is good for me. But yeah, there's positives. So, but if people want me to look at something specific, let me know. Like I said, we can put it on a microscope. We'll probably put it on a microscope. It's whatever I want to do for the most part. So, the only things I normally look at under the microscope are entirely non-living electronics. I don't look at electronics, but we have had some electronic parts onto the SEM before. We looked at some solar cells or something once. You'd like to see some leaves? Leaves are easy. I have a stereo microscope, which is a little bit closer towards the range. This is too close for leaves typically, like what we're looking at here. But if you want to see some leaves in the SEM or in the stereo microscope, I can make that happen. That's easy. Normally what I do in the springtime is we collect flowers, and I will just run around, collect a bunch of flowers, and then we'll actually sort of put some of the pollen on stubs, and you can see the flower. You can see me adding it to the stub, and then we put it in the SEM, so you can actually see the pollen that's on the that's coming from the specific flower, and then I also sometimes will put some of the flower petals and stamen and whatever else in the microscope so you can see close-ups of those. Or we'll look at insects and we can actually see the pollen that's on the insects that they're carrying around with them by accident. So let's see. What does rain look like? What does rain look like? Well, I have a better question. Does it float? Does rain float? Let's see. You're passionate about your work, studying life, and you share your passions with us, random people. Yeah. Well, I think it's important for scientists to interact with the public and, one, let them see I'm a normal person. In the sense that, you can talk to people. Scientists are approachable, generally speaking. But they, we're not the way that we're portrayed in movies as either villains, or I don't know. I don't know any scientists that drive around fancy sports cars and live in giant houses, but that's the way they're always presented in movies. So, under the microscope, well, it's just water for the most part. So it just looks like water. Most of what we're looking at is water that was collected from my pond, and it fell out of the sky into my pond. So we got some rainwater under the scope right now, some of it. But you can collect water from the rain, and there are particles in it. So to be a little less glib, yeah, you can find pollen, pollutants, and you can find things that are in the atmosphere. In fact, diatoms can be in the rain. You can find diatoms that rain out of the sky because they get blown up into the air as dust particles. So you can find them. Generally they're dead, but there might be some still living. Definitely pollen grains you would be able to find, and dust particles, and depending on where you are, a wide range of things that are aerosols that are in the air. So there is a non-glib answer there. That would be pretty cool. I usually don't just look at rain though. So acid rain, Don Rudo, I should tell you, all rain is slightly acidic. All of it. Most rain that you find, even in non-polluted areas, has a pH that's slightly acidic. And that's because rain falls through the air, and the air has... Oh, the worm came and it chased away the rotifer. It wants to put its intestines back in here. Yes, it interacts with CO2. Yeah, Lost Datagram knows what's up. So it interacts with the CO2 that's in the atmosphere, and it combines to form carbonic acid, which is just the normal combination of water plus carbon dioxide. And so that means that all rain is slightly acidic. Somewhere in the range of like 5.5, and maybe as moderate as 6 in some areas. But yes, it's slightly carbonated. It does also have some dissolved carbon dioxide in it, probably, but the byproduct of that is that it becomes slightly acidic. The more intense acid rain, which is the type people are usually talking about, is combining itself with sulfate particles that get into the atmosphere from coal-fired power plants for the most part, and from it combines with nitric oxides, and together they form both nitric acid and sulfuric acid when you just add water to those things. And so those are the particles that are probably creating acid rain in the sense that people make acid rain. That becomes even more acidic. And generally speaking, we used to have really bad acid rain problems, but in the US it's mostly been mediated. We put some laws in place to basically keep people from generating acid rain, and then now we don't have an acid rain problem so much anymore. We have sort of a converse problem, which is that acidifying some of the lakes and then deacidifying them creates some issues for the the organisms in those lakes having to adjust to changing pH is actually a really big challenge. So, not that I think we should have stuck with bad conditions or continued to have acid rain. Neither of those things are positive, but constantly changing the pH is also a challenge. Most of the organisms most of the lake systems are probably mostly recovered by this point, though. Slightly acid conditions. For the most part, we exported a lot of our acid rain to Canada. Sorry, Canada, from the U.S. It's a transboundary problem that we had. Oh, hello. You're pretty. And you're sitting kind of still. Hello. Look at this pretty little guy. Just swimming around in circles. I think it's some sort of Vorticella again. This sort of bell-shaped bodies give him away. It's creating a little bubble on the backside, which maybe it'll eventually use to attach. There's one with a diatom in the picture. As you can see, this is Gumphanema up here. It's blowing a bubble for us. Look at this bubble it's blowing. This is a Vorticella. This is the diatom. This thing over here I think is just chlorella. I think it's a little green algae. It has a flagella. It's a flagellated green algae, but I think it's chlorella. We need Studio Cornix to come back. She would know. Look, it's still blowing a big bubble out one end. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's replicating. I memorized the whole paragraph on acid rain when you were in grade 6. Oh. Because of this conversation, I will not see rain the same way tomorrow morning. Well, good, I guess. And there's always things to learn about planet Earth. I'm fascinated by it. Let's see, equilibrium is strongly towards the side of carbonic acid. Well, yeah, it does push the other direction quite a bit, so not carbonic acid. Let's see, so from my textbook, and then wrote it word for word on the exam. Oh, that's how my students sometimes try to take their exams, and it doesn't work out so well for them, I think. It's still blowing a bubble. Whatever it's doing here, it seems very agitated by it. Look at that crazy bubble it's making. It's creating problems for it, whatever it's doing. It's like now it's spinning out of control. Yeah, it looks like it's in distress, doesn't it? Like it's a bubble of distress. A big reason for lack of acid rain now is the hydrodesulfurization of fuels. Yeah, so they basically got rid of some of the sulfuric acids. Nobody mines sulfur anymore because the oil industry produces a crap ton of it. Yeah. That little guy with the air bubble is still over here somewhere. There's a whole bunch of there's a whole bunch of them with little air bubbles on them. Look at them. I don't know what the bubbles are about. That's pretty crazy. Maybe they are replicating. I don't know. Maybe it's the start of the replication process. Here's some attached versions. These guys are just chilling out. They don't have their flagella spinning like mad, but you can see that it's like a ring around the top of their mouths. This one also has a little ring. You can see it kind of flip them around occasionally. They're in like low energy mode. And these two, this must be splitting because this thing is basically, two of them are on one stalk, and that's not supposed to happen for them when they're in their normal life modes. So that's a Vorticella for sure. It's just getting ready to split, I think, or it has split. Yeah, they all have little bubbles. Little distress bubbles. Maybe the water is getting a little warm for them. I don't know. Sometimes when you heat up the water, it speeds up their reactions, but I don't think it's so hot that they're going to be like that sort of distress. That one's doing fine. Just spinning around. It's not bothered at all. Well, let's take this sample and, oh, here's a little worm. I'm going to make another sample. I'm going to zoom out. We can look at this little nematode jumping around while I make another sample. And then afterwards, maybe we'll do some water bear exploration. Some people have asked me about that, and I do have some material for it. So I'm just taking a microscope slide and a little bit of the water, which is in this pipette. And we'll see what's in it. See what else we can find, and if it's nothing new, then we'll just jump over and try to make some water. We'll see if we can hunt some water bears down for people, since people have asked. Just explore it a little bit further, and see if I can find any other cool ciliates in here. Last time we looked at the pond, I think we found stentors and a bunch of really cool little ciliates, and I'm not seeing them today, but it could be that just the clumps of stuff that I brought over didn't bring any of that stuff with it, or it could be that they've moved on. That is it's one of those rotifers that we saw from the other sample. It's the same thing. Looks like a snakehead right there. You gotta go, but you'll be back. You're hooked. Oh, well, that's nice to know. Thanks for hanging out with us, Mel. It's nice to, for once, I get to talk and you can just hang out and ask questions in chat. Oh, the birds are going again. We've passed another hour. I think that's an owl. Here's that crazy rotifer, and there's a nematode crawling around him. It's good to know there's more than one of those weird rotifers in there. Oh, here's a little baby worm. So many little babies on the worms. Like, I've never seen so many like this. Usually these worms just, like, I think they just, they split. Like, where there's one, they just break them, they rend themselves apart, and they make babies by basically just ripping themselves apart sometimes. I think they can actually lay eggs too. I don't think they all just basically pull themselves apart, but that's a strategy some of them have, where they can just replicate. They can make more by basically dividing themselves. Like, there's that thing. Just running through the water. Little Chuke, you're going to teach me Latin? And why Latin? That's what I want to know. That's what everyone wants to know, I guess. Why would you teach us Latin? Actually, Latin is a good thing to know for a diatomist. It would be helpful. When I name things, I have to name them using Latin names. There's another one. There's a lot of these little rotifers. These weird little snake-headed rotifers. Bunch of rotifers. Here's a bunch of Vorticella. These ones are living in a little colony next to each other. A bunch of little bells. Harry Potter was all the rage when you were in high school, and I thought I wouldn't have to speak in Latin. My teacher proved me wrong on that. Yeah, actually, I've made this statement before on stream, but all magic spells that are mentioned basically in every magic book, for some reason they use Latin as their basis for casting the spells if it has a verbal component. And this is also true of Harry Potter. It's always like, I don't know my daughter reads Harry Potter and watches Harry Potter, but they always say some Latin thing, like, oh, they want to make somebody fat, so they say the Latin word for fat, and then the person gets fatter. It's always like Latin somehow is magic to people, and we've adopted that as a culture, that Latin is magic, and that is something that I've observed before. And you think that people who taught Latin would make a bigger deal out of that stuff. Like if you wanted to learn magic spells, you gotta learn Latin. I don't know if that's because Latin as a language, was spoken and could be read only by the clergy in the early days. And it was used as a tool to like separate knowledge from the common person, so they didn't have access to things that everybody else had because they couldn't speak in Latin or read it. And look at these cool little guys. There's some Vorticella that have a different shape. And so maybe people have translated that into like the idea that it's magic, Lumos, yeah, it means like light, right? Hocus Civis Pocus Arium. Yeah, it's like hocus pocus. I can't trust teachers. When I was at school, I was repeatedly told that I wouldn't have a calculator everywhere I go. But you have your phone, and it definitely has a calculator on it. Or translator, yeah. Now I have a phone that if you use I don't know if you guys have ever tried Google Translate as an app. Oh man, look at that. That is spectacular. Where you can just point your phone at text and it will translate it for you. Have you ever seen those? I had it downloaded for a while when I was in Germany, because I don't speak German. And I would just point my phone at stuff and then it would translate it for you, like right on the screen. I thought that was the coolest thing ever. Yeah, it's like altered reality. You can just hold your phone up. It uses its camera to take a picture of things, but you don't have to take a picture. You can just do it. Yeah, you use it routinely. You can just do it like in reality as it's happening. It's pretty awesome. And it will just translate it. Like I would go to a restaurant and just be like, I'd just sort of scroll down and it would translate everything on the menu while I was looking at my phone. And I was like, okay. Yeah, translating Chinese. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You can download it for free. It's just Google Translate, and it will translate stuff in real time. Like you don't have to take a picture or anything. It's pretty crazy. What is happening? What? That's another one of those rotifers. Oh, it just tagged that guy. Oh, it tagged both of them. Okay, you can watch now. Watch the little hairs come out from inside. It's going to come back out, and it's basically just going to like pop open. You can see it stick its cilia out. There. Now it's got him running again. Isn't that cool? Again, I could just sort of watch this stuff all night. That rotifer just came along, tagged those guys, and they hid. And then you could actually see them. It's like slow motion blooming. There's another one in the background. Did the same thing. You can see it moving its little hairs, and then just all the particles being pulled towards their faces. Just being sucked in. Isn't that cool? Wednesday? No. We already talked about this. Yeah, they're just like tiny. Yeah, no, Wednesday? No. No, there's nothing up here. There's nothing up here, honey. Put you back on the camera. You like that. All right. You want to tell them? You're done meowing because I picked you up. Now you want to be put down. Because when you're down there, you want to be picked up. And when you're up here, you want to be put down. Because you're a cat. Yeah. The Google Measure app is another lesser known gem that uses AR. Yeah, well, I have one of those on my phone. Actually, just iPhone has a measure tool that's pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. You can just walk along. I showed this to my students because I have a field class that we use where they have to learn to measure their pace. And, I explained to them if you don't have something in the field to measure and you need to learn how to measure it with just your steps, basically. And the Level app is also useful. We use that for geological tools in the field. I feel like she's going to get into some trouble and then knock something over, scare herself, because cat. But yeah, so you use that measuring tool. It's pretty funny because I tell them, like, gauge how far we are apart, and they're always way off. Like, they have no sense of distance. And then, I'll run a piece of tape out to them, measuring tape out them so they can see. They always completely overestimate stuff. So, like, how tall is this building? And they'll be like, I don't know, 80 feet? And I was like, that's not even close to 80 feet. And we'll measure it, and it'll be like 36 feet. And they just have no idea about scale. It's just completely outside of their understanding in a lot of ways. Oh, there you get to see it grow again and pop open. Oh, it got nailed by that rotifer, and then it's going to just push out those little... Here they go. Whoop. And now it's eating again. Yeah, estimating distances, people are really bad at it. So, like really bad at it. So it's pretty funny to let them try to do it, and then we measure something and they can actually see the distance. They're always just like, really? I used to try to do that when I was driving in the western part of the US. I would try to gauge, like, how far away is the top of that hill, and then I would drive on the road to there, so I could get a sense of how far things away were. But people are always bad at that sort of thing. Oh, I see. Not metric, right? Europe agrees. Most people probably agree. Feet, meters, whatever, If I put that into meters, then I know they won't know, because they don't understand what a meter is. But just gauging something in distances, I try to give them something they're familiar with. And I force them to measure them in meters as well. So, but they don't know they don't have a good sense of what a meter looks like or seems like. Oh, it's one that lives in a tube. It's the rotifers that live in little tubes. You can see their tubes. Here's one that's living in a tube. There's two of them. There's one there. And this one also lives in a tube. You can see the little plant made out of plant tubes that they live in. There's the rotifer hanging out. It's like a little tiny guy. This one was when I said it kind of looked like a curtain, right? Like the two sort of spinny things are all combined into one. Somebody called it chainsaw face earlier. But this is like all one spinning thing. It's like a big cone that comes off of it instead of two little cones. This one I've seen the last couple of times that we've done something. I've seen this rotifer. Last couple of streams. So, and there's another one, like this one, and it's got a neighbor over here doing the same thing. Perfect. All right. Let's just look around a little bit more in this sample, and then I'll see if I can find some water bears for people. Maybe all the water bear people are gone, but we'll get new people that might want to look at water bears. I like to sort of just take inventory of what's going on in my koi pond. So I like to, because it's right there, and I have a microscope right here, I like to just go look in there every once in a while and sort of see how things are going. And I'm particularly interested in like the seasonal transitions. Like in the first samples that I collected from, basically it was still ice cover on the lake. We had stentors, and we didn't really have any, definitely didn't have any of these rotifers. Like these things, we definitely didn't have any of these in any of the early samples. Look at that guy. This is like that cobra-shaped head. You can see the particles in the gyre right there. We didn't have anything like this thing in there. You got a really clear view of it now, though. You need to sleep. Good night. Thanks for hanging out with us, Lost Datagram. It's been nice chatting. You can see it's got these two little spines sticking out right here. Here's the mastax. There's the eye. These are the corona, which are the little bristle-like ciliated components that spin. And the mastax, and then its intestines, and that other one that we saw kind of pooped out over here somewhere, but you can see two little spines, and then it has like a stalk it's holding on with. This is a pretty interesting looking one. You could spend hours watching. Yeah, exactly. This is fun, right? Well, for me it's fun. Hopefully it's fun for you guys. I don't need to see anything else. We could just look at this if we wanted to. Just watch this person, watch their whole life cycle happen right in front of us. Some of them are small enough you probably could. Always fun. Little Chook, it's been nice seeing you again. You're hanging out a little bit more on Twitch. So there's a little, that's the Delloid rotifers. Those are the ones I'm more used to seeing. Look at this guy. It's like caught on a hair. It's just going to go in circles for the next hour. That's a testate amoeba. That's just the skeleton of one. It's an Arcella. There's one of those rotifers just out on its own. It's got a little tube. See, they live in tubes. It's a little brown tube. This, algae here is a little interesting. Some other algae here that we haven't seen as well. Synodesmus, yes. Some diatoms, some chlorella. There's another type of rotifer. The ones that look like little beetles, sort of. I used to know the names of those. I forgot them already. That's a nematode worm. Alright, I'm going to leave that running. You're warming back up to Twitch. It's nice. Somehow I never left. I guess I've had moments where I got a little too busy and just didn't do anything with it for a while. But always had a little bit of a trickle of something going on, usually, even. All right. This is the lake water. I'm just gonna, we can watch that worm for a little bit. See what sort of antics it gets up to. So I mentioned that I'd collected some sticks. These are sticks that have lichen on them. So they're just from the roof of my house. Some examples, they just have some like licheny coatings on them. And I'm gonna scrape some into a bowl. But it means I gotta go get a bowl and fill it with some water. And I gotta get a knife. So hang out and watch the worm and I'll be back in a minute. I have in our sink I have reverse osmosis purified water. I guess because I'm a scientist. I'm not sure. My father-in-law bought us a tank of Row Pure water. I guess in case water conditions got bad, we had some nice filtered water. And I always try to explain to people, if you're doing this process where you're grinding some of the material off of tree, you should aim to, got a little wood scraping ASMR going on. You should aim to use Row Pure water or something that doesn't have chlorinated water, because it'll probably harm things that live in the water that you might be trying to see. If you use the stuff with chlorine, you can just use rainwater if you have some of that, or distilled water. Something that's not chlorinated is probably best if you don't want to kill stuff, because I think that tap water would probably kill it. Hey, paleontologizing. How are you doing? Thank you for bringing people in with your raid.
Good news, everyone.
And we have a huge raid coming in. There you go.
Good news, everyone.
Thanks for the raid. And welcome in, raiders. My stream is now set up to automatically say hi. Hi to people.
Everyone.
Like subscribers who talk get a little bell. Thank you for being a subscriber, Gulganic, and for coming into the channel.
Good news, everyone.
And thank you for the big raid. How was your stream? I saw that you were answering questions about dinosaurs, which is your normal, from what I can tell. I mean, every time I go onto your stream and hang out, you're answering questions about
Good news,
dinosaurs.
everyone.
So, I suspect you could just always use that as your title, but hopefully you had a good
Good news,
stream.
everyone.
It looks like you have a lot of viewers that you brought with you. We are in the process of turning my stick into water bearers. So, paleontologizing is a subscriber in my channel. All subscribers now get a little bell when they first talk that says, thanks for being a subscriber. So, thank you for being a subscriber. Paleontologizing, it's very kind of you. Plus you have all those cool diatom emotes now, as you have for a long time. I'm being shaken up. Thanks for the shakes. Devil and Mrs. J is here as well. Welcome in. Let's see. Stream was really good. We barely even got our fossil news, given how many great questions we got. Those are always the best when you have like people who just nonstop ask questions. Hey, another subscriber came in. Oh, it's Claire Burr. Thank you. The welcome bells are my favorite because it lets me actually see who's come in. Trying to get it. Oh, you're just going to shake me up until I turn purple. Okay. You want that purple. That's another thing you can do. So I'm just, for people who are wondering what's that scraping noise, there's a stick that I collected off the roof of my house earlier. And I've got a paring knife that's pretty dull. And I'm just scraping it into a little bowl. The lichen that covers over most of this stuff is like, it's this sort of light green stuff here. I'm trying to do it without getting any of the bark, so that we can try to capture some water bears. And then behind me here is a sample from my koi pond that we were looking at earlier. So I'd like to just do some microscope streams on Mondays or Tuesdays or Sunday nights. I used to like to just do a little bit of whatever on the microscope. And then Wednesday, tomorrow, we'll be doing scanning electron microscope. And I think I'm probably going to look at some mushrooms and also some diatoms. So a bunch of different sort of things. Whittling ASMR. Yeah, exactly. It's this. If you really like the sound of lichen being scraped from sticks, you've come to the right place. Once a week, I usually dig around looking for water bears because people ask me. And, I figure I might as well get some material for them. This is relatively easy to do if you have a microscope at home and you want to find water bears. My recommendation is always find yourself a stick that has a bunch of lichen on it. And then steal one of your daughter's bowls from the cabinet and a dull knife and just sort of scrape some of the lichen off into the bowl with some Ropure water. And then magic happens if you wait a little bit. Try to keep the mess to a relatively modest amount because that makes my wife mad if I just have lichen all over the place. Your first time here and you might get to see a tardigrade. Oh, you might if you hang out. There's a pretty good chance we'll see one. I would say the last 10 times I've looked for water bears, we've definitely found them. I'm going to just let it soak for a couple of seconds here. And this is a sample from my koi pond. Thank you for the newts. That's how water bears talk. If you're wondering, they say newt newt. That's all they do. They just newt newt at each other with their little snouts. That's exactly what happens. So there's a pretty high probability we'll find a water bear. I can't guarantee it, but I will tell you that I have not found it the last several times that I've tried. And I always get the different sticks from different trees. I go looking around and try to see what I can find. And despite the fact that I'm always sort of getting different sources, I still manage to find them. So I think that they're basically in lichen all over the place here. I'm in Indiana, in Terre Haute, Indiana. And I'm a paleoecologist. I study diatoms, which are a type of algae. And they make a skeleton that is made out of silica. And so I spend a lot of time on the light microscope and the SEM. On the weekends, I usually do some birding streams where I just show people birds from my backyard. And that's most of what we do here. I guess I also sometimes stream the moon, or I do a little camera work of all different types. Sometimes we do macro photography, that sort of thing. So I maintain that Hollywood has been derelict in its duty to show a 500-foot tardigrade menacing Seattle and munching through the Space Needle or something. I think you could make a movie like that, and it would be very popular, Danny. I think that, does moss have diatoms? John Doe Norris asked, yes, you can find diatoms in soil and mosses and tree bark, in cave walls, on the sides of buildings, and tank bromeliads in the water, trapped in the plant leaves of tank bromeliads. They're everywhere, but you have to have water, or at least some partially wet and dry environment that gets wet periodically, and you need sunlight. So those are two things that are required. I think you can find water bears on the moon. Yeah, there was a failed crash experiment carrying tardigrades. They probably killed them all, but maybe there's some of the remnants still there. Lenina says I finally managed to get the company I work for to name a color water bear. You were so happy. Is it a brown color? Because most of the ones I see are either pink or brown, in terms of color. Oh, it's green. I don't know that I've ever seen a green water bear. I suppose they might happen. Trying to get this, I need to modify this a little bit. While I'm doing that, I'm going to just put this on some of these little cool guys we have down here crawling around. Oh, there's a giant worm here. That's actually a little baby worm. They're very entertaining. That's a ligacete worm, a naiadid worm. They're just roaming around in my water in my koi pond behind my house. I need to modify this for a second. I'll be back in 1 second with these scissors.
Good news,
The tip
everyone.
of this little plastic pipette is too narrow. And so most of the lichen that I wanted to soak up is not getting up into the tube very well. All right, we're just going to let that sit for a second so we can get some clumps of it.
Well, pull up a chair.
Sorry about that. Slight delay. Today's derelict moon water bears will be tomorrow's moon monster. You know what? They really should just build on that they should have the destruction of the spaceship leading to moon monster water bears leading to Seattle being eaten. I feel like that's a good 3-part storyline for the movie that Danny wants to make. And I think it would be excellent, really. Likely to draw a lot of positive attention from people because people love water bears. So, and the whole idea that they can live in outer space, which they can, they manage to live in their encysted state for about 10 minutes in outer space. And then when they were brought back in, still in their encysted state, in their dormant state, their cryptobiotic state, they were able to reproduce. And that's mostly what they mean when they say that the water bears could live in those conditions. Water bears aren't actually able to crawl around. If they were in outer space, they would, and they were in their normal state, they would die. But in their cryptobiotic state, they're resistant to all kinds of things. including high pressure, UV, low pressure, all kinds of intense things. Like you can put them in very high heat. I think that you can bake them like a casserole for about an hour and at about 350 in your oven, and they would still be able to reproduce on the other side of that, which is pretty impressive. And all kinds of terrible experiments that they've done to try to test what they could withstand. And always it's the same sort of response, which is as long as they're in their cryptobiotic state, they can go for 10 years without eating. And they can basically be exposed to all kinds of crazy environmental conditions and will continue to persist. And as I'm sure most of the people who are coming from Danny's channel must know, water bears have survived all 5 of our major geological extinctions. So we have water bears as a group. They're basically their own thing that have been around for a very long time on planet Earth. And it might take them a couple minutes to start to wake up from their sleepy time. So we might not see them moving right away, and I might need to make a second sample before we actually get any that are awake. But usually they curl up into these little sort of crypto-organic, cryptobiotic balls, and they stay that way for about,
Pull up a chair.
I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes after we put water on them to basically come back to active states. Crayola thought it would be cool. If it was a Crayola crayon color, that would be cool. Maybe we can get NSF to fund the film. Let's put a pitch in, Danny. You know, I don't know that NSF funds films, but you know, that we can bring in the A in the STEAM, STAAM, the art part, for science, because I feel like art is a critical part of science, and I know that Danny probably feels the same way about that, given that they're an artist, and they do 3D printing, and they do all kinds of diatom art drawings all the time on their channel. Art's a critical way, it's a critical pathway for science to explain things to people, because people
Good
like to
news,
see
everyone.
visual representations of things. And so art becomes a really critical component. I was talking about this the other day with some people about there's sort of a two-way system. You know, art's a necessary component of science. For people don't think about it this way, but most of the best scientists are creative people. They may not be creative in the sense that they do good at drawing or anything like that, but their creativity is inspired by art largely. And our ability to express science is also artistic in nature, in that we need diagrams and all kinds of components that that usually have to be done by artists, or we have to basically know how to do art well enough to manage them. This is a water bear. I don't know that it's active yet, but it's just sitting there, stuck in the sample. It's not moving yet, but I can guarantee you that that's a water bear's outline. They have these sort of like pudgy circular components on their body. It may be taking a while to basically rehydrate. But I think that art's a really critical part of science, and as artists, basically we need artists to help us showcase science. But I think on the other side of that, if you want to learn about science, if you want to see some details or features of things, the best way to approach it isn't just to take a picture of it, it's actually to draw it. And that's the way that most scientists learn to interact with things that they need to identify, is that they draw it or sketch it. Because you start looking at the details a lot more when you draw stuff, and it allows you to really see a lot more of the details. I'm not sure that that's going to wake up anytime soon, but that is definitely a water bear. It's the right color and the right shape. And it's hanging out onto this piece of lichen. It doesn't seem like it's moving yet, though. It may, like I said, still be rehydrating. It takes them a little while to basically get back up to functional capacity. But that's like when I was learning how to describe diatoms or to identify diatoms, I drew them, and it's hard to forget the features that you see when you draw something. It's like, oh, I drew this, I know what it looks like. And so art is both a pathway into science, but also I think out of science as well, to draw people in from outside world, being able to visualize things like dinosaurs with their actual skeleton covered with skin or feathers or whatever, I think makes a big difference for people. If you just looked at the bones, I feel like, scientists can look at the bones pretty easily, but people want to see those things moving, animated, and in color. And that requires art. So, just throwing that out there, I think it's a critical component, maybe undervalued by some scientists, but I think it's a critical component of science. Sometimes the bear hunting takes a long time. Let's see. Sorry, I'll come back to chat. I get kind of distracted by looking for things in the microscope. New trilogy by Jeffrey Stone and Daniel Duse. Yes, perfect. We could make a trilogy out of it. That would be great. What if water bears on the moon become an animal like Shmoo from Little Ab? I think that I have some friends who would love that. Also, if you say Shmoo in my channel and you spell it correctly, I think that makes a Shmoo. I think that, yeah, it makes a Shmoo. We're Shmoo fans here. You can make Shmoo show up as a magic word in my channel. I suppose it would be PC to call this Tardzilla. Tardzilla wouldn't be, yeah. Hollywood would also make them resistant to silver bullets, molten lava, launched into this. Yeah, I mean, definitely. And they would make them actively, they would have all kinds of misinterpretations, like they would be active while they were being pegged by these things, right? Look at all these follows, by the way. Thank you for all these follows. It would be nice to get one NSF grant on your CV. Well, I have some. I don't know that it's necessarily that big of a deal. Lots of you all, oh, okay. You must be off to science. You got more things to moderate. We'll see you later, Claire. Thanks for hanging out, dropping in with the raid. The most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious, and it is the source of true art and science. Albert Einstein. There you go. He knew what was up. Our friend Albert, he knew what was up. Scientists or artists always have to think outside the box. Scientists as artists, yeah. So creativity is important in science. Exactly. This is exactly my point. My partner chose to become a good scientist instead of a chemist because it allows him to be creative every day. Yeah, okay. He's creative and he felt the field allowed for that. There you go. A food scientist. Oh, I was confused. I was like, what's a good scientist? Food scientist, got it. Finally caught one of my streams. Hey, Olivia's. It's my niece is here. That's pretty cool. We're looking for water bears now. Earlier we were looking at pond materials. So maybe scraping stunned it. It's possible. It probably was in a dehydrated state though, so it's unlikely to have had any effect on it. How are you doing, Olivia? Haven't heard from you guys in a while. We have a thing in the channel here that you can just use your channel points for, or I can click on it so you don't have to use any channel points. But this one, look at that! Look at that cute kitty that pops up when you spend your channel points. That's my sister saved this little kitten from a river, and then they named the kitten River. So I think it's still called River. I think we kept the name, but it now belongs to my nephew. And yeah. Yeah, so we're just experimenting with trying to find some water bears in some of these stick material, lichen. And I added a bit too much water to the sample, so it's making it challenging for me to get enough of the mass of it on here. Without getting too much water on the slide. All right, we found one, but it wasn't moving. Possibly stunned, but I somehow doubt it. I think more likely if they were in their dehydrated state, the knife would not have much of an influence on them. But water bears are always a bit of a challenge to find. They're always a bit of a hunt. And it's always a bit of a mess on this side because I can't put a cover slip on it to look around. So even just getting it onto the microscope makes a mess. But we're all doing well here, and hopefully you're doing well, Olivia. And Sylvia's upstairs getting a bedtime story read to her, so she probably won't show up unless she comes down to give me a good night hug. Are tardigrades still classified near the base of animals, or are they somewhere else now? You know, I think they were stuck in with the arthropods for a while, and then people just moved them all into their own thing. They're just their own thing, so completely separated from basically everything. They're off on their own little branch. Sticks from around your... no, these are just from the roof of my house. Our upstairs has the porch has a roof that hangs over, and I can just open a window and grab some sticks that fell off the tree. But we do sometimes look at sticks from the driveway as well, and they also have water bears on them. So it doesn't really matter. What matters is that they have to have lichen on them. And then the reason I usually choose sticks to explore instead of other things is the sticks have fallen off of the trees by the time they get to me, which usually means that they're old and that they have a thick growth of lichen on them. And that usually leads to finding water bears. So my normal pattern is to look at sticks rather than someplace else on the tree, which seems to be less productive. I don't know if there's a better reason for it, but I tried looking in mosses without any luck. I looked through a lot of different kinds of moss material and never found any, but just looking through sticks seemed to work. So endless questions and a good stream. It sounds like a good night for the dinosaur stuff. I think you were streaming when I first started, and so I didn't get to come in there and harass you like I normally do, Danny, but I'm really glad you brought your people over, and hopefully we can find something for them in these samples. I usually also find occasionally in these samples not just water bears, but rotifers, which also can handle being dehydrated and revived, and sometimes mites. The mites probably didn't get dehydrated. They probably never really left a hydrated state. They're just kind of living in these samples. And they probably do not appreciate me putting a bunch of water in them, other than, it's probably part of the normal things that happen because they're sticks. So they just get wet. Oh, I see something crawling around. That's a rotifer, though. Yeah, that's a rotifer. right there. You can see. You're really glad to be here. Oh, if I had a microscope, I'd want to examine all kinds of local materials just to see what's in them. Is this something I do? Yes. I regularly just go grab stuff, either sticks from my yard. Oh, there's like a hair in there. I wonder if that's one of my hairs. It could be a cat hair too, I suppose. My cat was in here earlier. I do just regularly go grab samples and look at things. And in fact, tomorrow we're going to look at some stuff on the SEM instead of just the light microscope. I have an SEM lab. And in the afternoon, sometime probably around 2 o'clock, I'll be putting some stuff on the SEM. I often will put diatoms on there, and we'll look at diatoms in the SEM. But tomorrow we're going to look at some materials from Sycamore Lake, which is a lake on the property of the university's campus. And then that's just that rotifer. And we'll be looking at, I think I'm going to try to find some mushrooms. And then we'll look at some different kinds of mushrooms and their spore on the SEM. I haven't looked at mushrooms for a little while, but that's something that we looked at. Occasionally, as it gets a little bit, there's a nematode worm. As it gets a little bit closer towards the spring, I usually do a pollen exploration where we go collect flowers, and then I bring the flowers back and we sprinkle the pollen onto some SEM stubs, and then I put them directly into the SEM so you can see the pollen that goes with the type of plant, which I think is kind of fun and gives people a chance to... I saw something move over here, so I'm just waiting to see if it's another rotifer or if there's a water bear crawling around on this thing. I think it's just a ciliate. Some of the problems with looking at lichen for water bears are that the lichen is opaque usually, and so it can be a challenge to find them because the water bears are often on the other side of it. There's that worm, and that makes it difficult because you can't see them when they're on the other side of things that are opaque. Try as we might, and usually that means that I have to either wait for the water bear to crawl back around to the side where I am, or just move around and try to find a different one. But I can often tell that there's something on there because their movements are usually enough to cause the particles to kind of wobble a little bit, and then I'll see them kind of hit the edge of something. And then we can use that to get a sense of whether or not there's a water bear on there. But it's definitely a challenge. And I think the problem that most people have when they go looking for water bears, which is common, people ask me questions like, how do you find them? And my usual response is, it just takes a while. Like, you have to keep looking. We found one in the first sample, but it wasn't moving. So not very exciting for a water bear. But no matter what, when I go looking, I usually have to look through a lot of material before I actually spot one. So they're very sparse in the environment. So you're not going to just... first one you pick up probably are not going to find one immediately. Having said that, my daughter sometimes helps me look for water bears, and generally she finds it in the first one she looks in, so it can happen. Sometimes I need her for help. She's luckier than me, I guess, sometimes. But it's a bit of just searching around through stuff, and some of the materials have more water bears on them than others, so it sometimes takes a while. So patience is useful if you can manage it. Also, microscopes are challenging because it's easy to get confused where you were and where you've been. So I usually try to just work my way across the slide from one side to the other, so that I keep finding the same thing. I'll keep finding myself go across the same space. It's not helpful. One time I read an article, I started reading an article about when they search for people that are missing, like the technique that they use. And I thought, oh, I should learn how to do this so I can figure out how to find water bears by using this similar technique. Rotifers are fun too, and nematodes, yeah. You never thought you'd be hunting bears today. Well, here you are. Patience is useful, words to live by. It's like fishing. It's exactly like fishing, Olivia. You cast out a net and then you just wait around, and there's a lot of just waiting around. Except for in this case, I also have to slide around on the slide. It's a challenge, but then rewarding when you find them. So there's that. And I might want to actually just try to get some more lichen material on these, because the amount that I got in the actual container is not that much. I got a lot of it all over my keyboard. It turns out when you're scraping stuff with a knife into a bowl that it's a bit of a challenge to capture it correctly. The stick doesn't actually have that much lichen on it. I'm going to have a word with the person who collected these sticks, which was me, earlier me. You got the stick scraping ASMR. Always helpful. This one has a ton, so that stick's like covered with stuff. It also has a lot of bark on it though, because it's like straight off of the middle of the tree, or right off the end of a branch or something. Small fishing, exactly, Golganic. I'm glad I got a raid though, because I have a new little tool that automatically shouts out raiders, and subscribers get their own little bell. We got to test all of my new little toys that I've added. In part, that's because I am often distracted looking at stuff in the microscope, and I don't want people to think that I don't appreciate them. Definitely appreciate people who subscribe. All of the... Look at that, Joseph Radio Joe just subscribed while I was talking about subscriptions. Earlier, I was watching Joseph Radio Joe. He was snowboarding, which seems kind of crazy because I feel like it's spring here, but they're in Canada. They're in Whistler. Thank you for being a subscriber, Joe. Hopefully you're doing well. Some cool stream features, yeah. Somebody's made me bounce around. Who was that? Devil and Mrs. J. She's probably got so many channel points. She's always here. But I have been working with Leorin Board to manage that, so that when subscribers pop in, it recognizes them and it plays a little bell for me. One, so everybody knows I have these cool people who spend money on my channel, which then goes to student research. So I use the money that comes in for helping support student research in my lab. So it's for science, not for profit. And so I'm being shaken again. You got orange, you got fire. And two, it lets me know that they're there, so I can hear and look up their chat messages. it even worked about half the time. Oh, your stream? Oh yeah, you were struggling to get the video. It was sort of choppy um, when you were when I was watching. I could get it. You were showing up for a little while, and then it would freeze, and then it would go for a little while. But I think it would have been neat to have your drone following you. So Joseph Radio Joe is a musician, but he also is a streamer who does travel and outdoor streams mostly, and he has a drone that he does and flies over landscapes. And his partner in crime, another musician, is Hannah Rebecca Music, who put together a diatom song for me. The physics of the bouncing bubble makes no sense. I know, Olivia's. It's not based on physics. It moves me around, and it just puts me in each corner or each edge of the screen. And then it does whatever it wants with my bubble. And it doesn't use physics because I programmed it, but I wanted it to be random and not physics-based. Because physics would have been a lot of math that I didn't know that I could make the program use correctly. And just bouncing it around seemed like more fun. But if you would like to program it with the correct physics, I know you have that engineering background, let me know, and I'll give you access to the code. And then you can change it from random positions along the edge of the screen and random spinning directions and speeds to something very particular, the high physics version. You know, for science, people would probably prefer that. But it was easier to program just with random, to be honest. Easier and probably a lot less demanding on my computer, because it's actually doing a lot of repositioning of that bubble when it happens, which is intensive for my computer. This one can handle it, but the one at the university generally can't. Somebody bounces the bubble and then it's like stream slows down. So the idea of adding actual physics to it, probably not great. How do I got another bird chirping at me? Oh. Do you see this little thing? Fair enough. That looks like a little water bear egg. This is where their eggs appear. Little spiky balls. The pink color is usually an indication that it's something organic-y. And that sort of bright pink color might be an egg. If it's not a water bear egg, it might be something else egg, but the water bear eggs are often little spiky balls like that. Another streamer that was in here earlier, Dr. N, PhD, has been also looking at water bears, and I think they found some eggs, and they were going to try to raise up the water bear. And so we were looking at how long does it take for the water bears to gestate, to go from just the eggs to fully grown, moving baby juvenile water bears. And it's something like 80 days. And I was like, wow, I don't think I want to babysit water bear eggs for that long. That sounds like a really long wait with maybe not a great payoff at the end, but it was on their to-do list as things they might want to try. So I thought, oh, that's kind of a cool idea, but not for me. There's another one right there. Looks like a little egg. We have had some... There's a nematode. We have had some streams where I found water bear eggs. Oftentimes the female will just lay them into the carapace when they molt, and then the males come along afterwards and fertilize the eggs in the carapace, which is creepy. But but does happen. Jay Scully's hello. Sorry, I got a little distracted. The bell for subscribers and not followers, I guess. Yeah, it's just for subscribers. I don't think I have a way of detecting followers yet. I haven't figured out a way to do that very easily. So, plus there's a lot of followers, like most of the people in here that probably didn't come in with the raid or followers, and bells for each one of them might be a little annoying. So, I actually have code on hand for that exact use somewhere, and you're not kidding. There you go. We can work on it next time I come home. Let's see, maybe I'll be home this summer to visit the family. We can sit and poke around with it and see if we can make it work. Is this a nematode? Yes. Are those parasites on it? I don't know if those are parasites or if that's just it's got a little bit of damage. It might just be a little bit of damage, but it's definitely a nematode. And we're not having a whole lot of luck finding a bunch of water bears. We found a few pieces of things that are water bear related, but not a ton popping out from what we've looked at so far. I'm going to get some of the stuff that flew off onto my keyboard off of it. Which is just something that happens, you know. You can't always find everything. I would say we always find some water bears or molts or something. Like that always happens. But my sample has too much water in it. I don't have an easy way to extract the water parts. Let's see, maybe I can try to do something here. Transfer it into the other container. Concentrate it. For science. Where's the sample from tonight? So the lake sample that we were looking at earlier came from my backyard, from the koi pond that I have back there. It doesn't have any koi in it, just goldfish. And we saw a bunch of really cool rotifers in that material. And some ciliates. We saw some big worms. I think I had one of those on when the stream first started. When the raiders first got in, we saw a couple of different very large worms. And a whole bunch of, definitely a whole bunch of ciliates of various types. Concentrations are more promising in this one. The main ciliates that we saw were Bordetella, and then I had some people that were in the channel that asked me, oh, do we have any water bears that you could look at, because people always want to look at the water bears. And I prepared by just grabbing some sticks off the roof of my house before I started, because I often get that question. There's a water bear. That one is also inactive, but it's starting to move a little bit. That was quick. You like the nematode? Oh yeah, they do a really cool little dance. I don't think this one is completely rehydrated yet, but that is a water bear. Oh, it's molting. Oh, it's molting. That's what's going on. I was like, where's its head? See here? That's its exoskeleton. This is its back end and its legs. So water bears have 8 legs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the back too. And when they molt, they bust open their exoskeleton and then they have to basically squeeze themselves out of it. So here we go. I knew we'd find one eventually. It's trying to figure out how to get out of its skeleton. Could you imagine having to shed your skin behind in order to grow? This is how they grow. It's a little tiny baby. It's going to have to basically try to poop itself out of its own skin, though. So Sorry, Elder Goth said, you remind me of a study we did in college many years ago. We looked at sediment core from local lakes. That's what I do. I look at sediment cores from lakes, not always local, but looking at Cladocera species and changes correlating to climate and eutrophication. Yeah, this is what we do. I look at climate change. I'm a paleoecologist. I use diatoms to do that sort of thing. So give us privacy while it's molting. It's trying its hardest to get out of its skin. You can see it's got its legs out of most of the leg components, but it seems like it's struggling to get its like head out of the hole where its head goes out. Actual nightmares. Push, yeah, squeeze yourself out. I feel like maybe we should give it a little bit of time. It's having some struggles. It's like, did you ever get in a sleeping bag and you wake up and you've pulled yourself completely into the sleeping bag and then you can't figure out where the hole is? You know, like you try to figure out where the head hole is. So one of those zombie sleeping bags where you have to like, you know, really tuck yourself inside of it because it's really cold. This is like that. Yeah. It's trying to figure out, how do I get my body out of this thing? I've got my legs out. Why can't I get my body out? It seems like he's having some performance anxiety. It's possible. It's probably a she, but it may be. It's hard to tell what their sex is, but imagining Professor wiggling around in a sleeping bag. Yeah, like some sort of a sponge, you know, just inside the bag with a little hole, trying to figure out where the hole is to get out of it. It's just like got to squeeze itself out. It's trying super hard, but you can tell that it's molting, right? Because you can see it's leaving behind. It's trying to leave behind its exoskeleton here, and then also it's pulled its legs out of the leg holes a little bit in each of them. Not so much in this one. But you can see that it's like trying really hard to bust out of this little hole. I'm just going to mark where we are, unless you guys want to sit here and watch this thing struggle. It's a real challenge to watch things struggle. Like, this is like my students taking a quiz in front of me or something. Like, I got to watch them do it, but it's challenging because I see them struggling, you know, and you want to help, but you can't. It's basically just like that. Almost there. It would be funny if it just like popped open and then like the whole thing came squeezing out all at once. It would just be like, you know, like one of those things you pop, packing thing, you know, it just pops open. Look at this. Joshua Sweet came in and they're a subscriber and they got a bell. It's fun watching the students suffer. No, it feels like this. It's painful watching them suffer. This is exactly what I have to. It's like, oh, you're taking a test and I've got to watch you like try to think through things that I think are easy and I could help, but I can't help, you know? It's just like this. Hey, Melly, welcome back. It's definitely frustrating to watch students molt. Yeah, if they're molting, that's a problem. We're watching a water bear molt. This is... Mel was here earlier, and she asked me if we could look at water bears, and so here she is. Let's see. It's just HTTP Twitch TV. Mel, like that. There you go. You could give Mel a follow. That would be great. I think I managed to get that correctly in there. Yeah, there you go. She's a musician. She plays music for people on Twitch, and she's talking about doing little soundtracks for me. Look at how much this poor little thing is struggling. Yeah, it's got to squeeze itself out of a hole somehow. It's gonna have to rend its skin in order to get itself out of there. It's the only way out. So yeah, Mel is a musician here on Twitch, and Joseph Radio Joe, also a musician, and Joseph's fiance is Hannah Rebecca music. So some of my favorite musicians are here in the channel with us, hanging out. Um, Mel plays ukulele, and paleontologizing plays a ukulele. So a little bit of a crossover. Maybe it needs a running start. Um, in paleontologizing stream, when they get like a raid train that goes all the way up to level 5, he pulls out his ukulele and he plays ukulele songs. If you like ukulele and you don't want to have to wait for the raid to happen, or if Danny's not on, you should definitely give Mel a follow. Um, your dog who gets stuck in the laundry when you were away, and he looked like this trying to get out. Oh, this also happened for our dogs when you'd throw a blanket over their head and then they couldn't figure out like which way to get out of the blanket. You know, it's basically the same thing. Um, this is a water bear. It's just squeezing out of itself, basically. So the opening at its head is right here. It just can't figure out how to get its whole face out of the hole. But it's going to have to somehow, because these are its back legs, and it's pulled its back legs out of its skin, and it's pulled some of its lower legs out. It's got another set of legs, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's one up here, and then there's 2 legs on the back. That is the normal water bear like leg position. They always have 2 that are in the back that face the opposite direction. They basically have kind of like a shrimp sort of movement with their back legs that they use to hold on to things, and their front legs are used for sort of exploration. So um, it's I feel like it's bound to happen. I don't know, how long could we sit here and watch a water bear try to squeeze itself out of its own skin and still be entertained by it? Um, yeah, it's trying to molt out of its skin. So um, you thought everybody was there for your voice. Well, I mean, you have a pretty voice. Uh, will it die? Probably not. It's going to figure out how to break out of its skin one way or another. You know, it seems like it's moving, like up its body since we started watching, because when we first started, it just had barely started to molt out down here, and you couldn't tell that it was completely pulling out of its skin. Like, I noticed it, but I don't think most people would have noticed it right away, because I recognized there was like an air bubble down here where its feet were, and now its back claws are like halfway up, you know, the backside of its abdomen, and I don't know if it's gonna just keep putting pressure on the top end till the skin rips open or what. The last time I streamed water bears, we also saw one that was molting. It was doing the same thing, except for it had already broken open the top part of its skin and was molting, and it was sliding out of it, and that was pretty cool. So I'm hoping that it actually breaks out. It's gonna just keep putting pressure on its skin probably until it cracks it open. Um, It's like a snake. Yeah, it's exactly like a snake shedding its skin, Mel. It needs to. All insects molt in order to grow, so they have a hard exoskeleton, and in order to basically have the organism get bigger, when your skeleton is on the outside, the only way to make yourself bigger is to molt, basically. So it eats, and when it grows and it changes its size, um, the growth process requires that basically it get rid of the skeleton. And hey, you got purple. And so it's the only way for them to get bigger. So it needs to do this in order to get bigger. Lobsters are the same way. So they molt, and you know, basically all arthropods function that way. To get bigger, they have to molt. Um, Not crustaceans can usually just make a bigger shell, like inside the shell that they're in, but arthropods usually have to molt. So you often find their husks sort of laying around, and for water bears, we often find just the husk of the water bear. I know it's intense watching this guy like try to squeeze out of his own skin, from what from what from where we are. Now I'm bouncing around. I'm upside down. Lobsters are like diatoms. Yeah, just like them. I can just bounce around. It's fine. It's like we're in a little bubble. And oh no, now we're bouncing and shaking. Somebody's just trying to see if they can break my code, but it won't happen. It temporarily might break it. I'll be fine. It turns out that I just spin around and bounce around. Oh, yeah, watch out for the water bear. Oh, it's tired. It's reached some point where it's like, I give up for a little bit. I need to just get fatter until I break out of my skin, and I'll just pop out maybe. Oh, there's a lot of movement upstairs there around its arms. It's like pulled its upper arms out now. I don't know. What would be more? Would it be more entertaining to just sit here and watch this go on, or do you? Because I feel like everybody's rooting for it. Yeah, newt him. That's what he needs is a newt. You can do it, little guy. Newt your way out. You're having fun. All right. Well, it's fine. We can just sit and watch the water bear try to rip itself out of its skin. Eventually, it's going to happen, though. How do you tell a tardigrade's gender? You like watching, yeah. It's important. Usually for the female water bears, when they molt, they leave their eggs behind in the skeleton. They molt and they just leave the eggs back there behind, or you can see them carrying around eggs inside their skeleton, like because they're transparent. But I don't actually know how to sex a water bear. Like I don't know how to tell the difference in their sexes, to be honest. So the male ones refuse to ask for directions, and they can't figure out how to get out of their own skin. You know, I think that's probably how you can tell. That's right. It's definitely, they're too stubborn to ask for help. That's how you can tell it's a male. There's a dude on TikTok that knows. You'll ask him. Okay. There's a lot of dudes on TikTok that probably know. I have some friends on Instagram as well that probably know the answer. Hey, Bluesy, you're a Fragillaria. Did you know you were a Fragillaria, or did you just find out you're a Fragillaria? This is your spirit guide. We find Fragillaria all the time, Bluesy. So your spirit guide is with us often in this channel. You know that dude. What is Fragillaria? That's a type of diatom. You can use the spirit guide channel points to redeem what you found out that you're very common. What's a Fragillaria? We can actually show you what a Fragillaria is. I'll just do this. Fragillaria. Boom. And it'll pop up with a picture of it, and it'll tell you to go to that link on Diatoms of North America. It's blocking our view of this escape that we're filming. It looks like it's definitely like struggling now, and it's tired. It's like, come on, why can't I pop out this little tiny hole? I feel like if I leave and I go look for more water bears, I'm gonna come back and this thing will be completely out and crawling around, and you guys will be mad because you missed it. Just taking a little 5-minute break. It's just having a nap. Don't mind it. Yeah, I feel like if I leave, we'll miss the excitement, and if I don't leave, we'll be just on tenterhooks wondering when is it going to happen. Don't change the scene just yet. Yeah, we'll just stay here. Mama Bonbon, hello. It's been a long time since I've seen you hanging around. Good to see you come in. We must stay and watch and cheer on this little baby. With history in the making, yeah. The water bear's joined the union, and it's on a union break. It's possible. I think it's hoping to be on a skin break. I think it's actually broken out. I think that it looks like this part is stuck on its head, and it's separated from here. It looks like it's a little bit independent, so it may have broken it, and it may be trying to work its way out of it. She's procrastinating, yeah. It's very likely. It's funny, though, how it can squeeze itself up into this little, like its legs are inside, completely inside now. You can see that there, when I have it at that focal height, you can see that its back legs are completely inside, and I think most of its leg here is inside, and some of its front legs are actually inside. So it just needs that one little help to get through. Maybe we need to like Tinkerbell it, you know? Like if we clap for it, if you're at home and you clap, maybe you can help it bust free from its own skin. Its back leg just popped up again. I bet if it gets its back leg into one of those leg spots, it'll push itself right through. Keep giving it the newt newts. I think that helps. I've never seen a water bear struggle this hard to molt before. Barb, hello. Hey, I haven't watched in a while. I hope the water bear is okay. Yeah, you gotta clap for it. It's like Tinkerbell. Give it some clap emotes. Spam the tardigrade diatom tardigrade emote. We'll give it all kinds of help, and maybe that will help it bust out. Yeah, shake me up. That might help too. We can try all kinds of things, you know. So close. Look at all that space in the back. Yeah, exactly. Shake it around a bit. Exactly. Let's. You know what?
Good news, everyone.
What we could try to do is we could try putting a mustache on it and see if that helps. Do you think a mustache would help? A mustache or a beard? You know, like maybe like a Yosemite Sam mustache. It needs a little bit of mustache help. We'll put a mustache on down here, and if we put the googly eyes on it, I feel like maybe that could help. Here's a googly eye, and here's a googly eye. There we go. You think this is good? And then I think if you get googly, you can spin his eyes around. I don't know if it's helping or not. Let's see. The googly definitely works. Okay, good. It needs all the extra help it can get. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty derpy. This is the derpiest water bear, and now it has a derpy mustache to go along with its, and derpy eyes to go along with its inability to molt. It is really pushing. I mean, it has squeezed itself up into the front end of itself pretty solidly, and the googly eyes. The googly eyes really, I feel like, added a whole new level of entertainment for us, as it's refused to ask directions to get itself out of its own skin. I don't know what's going to happen here. Can we get a bowler? Oh, I had one with a monocle. I had one that for a while that had a monocle and a hat. And I don't know where it went. I'll have to go back and get it. come on, little guy. Everybody's rooting for you, and we're all waiting for the moment of your rebirth here. We've got a whole channel full of people who just want to see you manage to squeeze yourself out of your skin, you know, sometime tonight, hopefully. You know, this is entertainment. Yeah, this is what you came here for. When you brought your people over, you were like, "Oh, he's a super serious guy, and it does this really chill microscope stuff." Definitely, is not going to put mustache on a molting water bear. Can I zoom in? I can definitely zoom in. Do you want me to zoom in? How close would you like us to be? Is there something you want to see? Oh, we got to put the mustache back on his face. Here we go. Is that close enough? Yeah, we can. Since he's not going anywhere, we could actually raise the magnification up if you want. Hang on. Let me get rid of this. It's very distracting to me. We'll jump. Oh no. Can I? Let's see. I think I can do it without hitting the slide. Boy. I don't want to get the water bear stuck on my objective. Oh, hang on. We're zoomed in. It would be very bad if it got stuck on my actual objective. Okay, let's see. Do a little bit of this. Hang on, I need to... It's too bright. There we go. That's about as close as we could get. Yeah, we're not going to lose him. We're super close to the actual sample though, so if he does pop out of his skin like a piece of popcorn, it might get stuck on my objective. All right, let's go back because I feel like I don't want to risk it. Still there. All good. A little bright. I think maybe it fell asleep. It's taking a nap. Oh no, there it goes again. Don't risk it. Yeah, I think it wishes it was a little more muscular. You see increments of movement. Good thing she was ready for her close-up, yeah. Oh. What happened right there? It's getting ready for a big push. It's like 1, 2, 3. I don't know. This could be a while. You gotta have a drum roll ready. Yeah, I should probably find some way to... Instead of just using ambient music in the background. Hey, Esoterica123, thank you for being a subscriber and for coming in to visit in the channel. We are currently watching a water bear try to molt and not doing a great job of it. I don't mean to be judgy because I don't know how well I could rip myself out of my own skin, but I've seen some other ones do it and they were a little bit better than this. Yeah, it needs a big stretch. This is part of our fascination right here. Hello, Sethily. Look at that tardigrade. Also, hi, yes. Yeah, it's we've been watching it struggle. That's what we've been up to for like the last 20 minutes. We've just been, for the first 20 minutes, everybody was struggling, watching me struggle to find a water bear, and then I bumbled onto this gem just when everybody thought, oh, he's never going to find one. And what I found was a water bear that has not figured out how to completely molt out of its skeleton, and we're just watching it. This is our entertainment. So you would just Hulk out, yeah. Probably I could rip my pants easily. That's probably the easiest thing I could probably rip myself out of, but my skin not so much. It's good for viewer retention. No one can leave until this thing actually gets itself out of its skin. We're all just going to be stuck here. Oh, Chippy Flip, yeah, gave you a gift sub. Yeah, thanks for that. I think we've actually accumulated viewers since we started watching the water bear. I think people prefer this to me randomly digging around in the samples trying to find more. If you subscribe harder. I don't know if that would help.
2 words today.
Oh.
Chick magnet.
Chick magnet. We got a beardio redemption. We're going to put a beard on it. Hey, Pragmatic. Thank you for that. Maybe it would help if he had a beard. A little tiny beard. Speaking as a guy with a beard, I think it might help. Now I've got to put the googly eyes back on it, though, because I feel like it needs googly eyes if we're going to have a beard on it. Here we go. This is where you wanted the googly eyes, I'm assuming.
Maui.
Hey, Joshua C. Thank you for the gift subscription to our friend Tagish. That's great. Tagish will be super excited. So there we go. And I think we can, yeah, just hit the googlies. Type, look at that, he's looking at chat. He's like, what are you guys doing looking at me? I'm trying to molt here.
Good news, everyone.
I love it when the googly eyes just end up like looking over at chat like that. Now he's just looking derpy like he actually is because he can't figure out how to get out of his skin. We got a Newt power. We tried the subs. We got to try everything we can think of to make it happen. How about, can we do this one? Yeah, here's a postcard from Diatom's Attack. This is what we do on the channel. We just, we look at, he looks nervous now. He's just trying to figure out how to live. You know, he wants to live his best beardy, self-id life, and he's tired of channel judging him for not being able to get out. Even though he's got almost half of his body squeezed up into the part where the whole body was. So urgent, exactly. You noticed it was urgent. Exactly. There we go. We'll just spin his eyes around. Now he's looking the other direction. Perfect. I don't know. How long could this go on? This could be a marathon stream. I'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll still be like all sitting here just waiting. Channel will have like 500 people. I'll just be like, come on, little guy. Oh my goodness. There's still movement in there. It's slowed down quite a bit. It was a tragic end. We need cheerleaders. It was a tragic end. He had done everything right to that point. Tom's hesitate. This is the first time that I'm able to relax. I just had my last midterm exam today. Well, Joshua, what are you doing having a midterm at the end of the semester? What kind of schedule are you on over there? I'm glad you could relax, and I'm glad that we can set up a place where people feel comfortable making fun of water bears that can't escape from their own skin. I realize this is a tardigrade, not a diatom, but you couldn't resist. It's fine. It's fine. I do have a somewhere in here. As long as we're just sitting around, I think it's just the newt command. Yeah, okay. We've seen 15 water bears since I started counting. I'm counting this as one. It's not struggling so much anymore. It's just sitting there. It needs to like build up a strategy. It's hilarious. So is the shell like chitin or what? The exoskeleton for the tardigrades is probably like chitin, although they can silicified themselves when they go into their cryptobiotic state. Their skeleton basically becomes silicified, turning it into like glass almost, which is why they can be so resistant to damage. I don't know why it can't rip itself out of its skin. I feel like it's active. It can move around the parts of the skin, so it's definitely flexible, right? It's not in a silicified state. So one of the rare cases where being thick-skinned is bad for you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would have expected that it would have broken open by now. I mean, it's basically squeezed itself up into just the front half of its body, so I don't have a solution for it. I wish I could help, you know. Wish I could get in there and just rip a little part of it off of there and let it out. But it's got to figure it out on its own. I feel like if it could get its back legs into one of those leg holes, you know, it might be able to shove its way out. But it's the exoskeletons of the little hands are so cute. You know, we could zoom in on the little hands. So this is characteristic for water bears, is that they have little claws, little sets of claws. It really adds to the sort of bear-like nature to them. I don't think they would look much like bears if they didn't have these very distinctive claws. And we've had water bears on the SEM before. As long as I'm just poking around. Let me see if I can find that for us. We had them in there, you know, it was just a molt that we found. It wasn't an active water bear, but we did find a molt of water bear, and then I put it on the SEM, and this is a That's an SEM close-up of the little newt, the mouth on the front end of a water bear. That's what it looks like when you zoom in on its face. And this is what the claws of a water bear look like in the SEM. So if you were interested, we had those on the SEM. We had close-ups of both the claws and its face. And I think we have some images that we took that might not be on the Instagram of the whole body, the whole molt of a water bear. But we imaged them before on the SEM, so that's something that we have looked at. And I feel like if we got this one out of its molt, it would be epic to try to collect it and put it onto the SEM, because this is like the famous water bear that couldn't. I feel like since it's not really moving, I probably could look around a little bit, but I don't know what people want. I don't want to get too far from it. But I won't be able to lose it because I know where it is on the slide. Let's see if we can find one that's actually active. So we are bottom like 1/3. I'm just going to zoom around real quick. Nematode. See if we can find another one crawling around in here that's actually active. I think if that other one starts to molt, we won't miss it. Unless we get fully distracted. Hey, Gerbo Potato, thank you for being a subscriber. And welcome in. We're looking at a water bear that was trying to molt unsuccessfully. Oh, here's one that's active. That's a water bear. You saw its little claws going around the corner there. It's behind this piece of lichen. This is what they're supposed to look like. There's one sticking its little face out. Here's what they're supposed to look like. Hey, Chang. Welcome in. We are just poking around looking at some water bears. We found one, and it was stuck trying to molt. And is probably still stuck over there trying to molt. Was not doing very good at it. And so I thought, I'll just look around and see if we found any more. There was one right there that was active. So there are some other water bears actually in the sample. Not too far from the one that we had. That's a bit of a moss. There's the one it's mostly inactive. Still stuck in its molt. Not managing to escape it. Yet. I was gone a while. It has made progress. Well, it has made a little bit of progress. It's definitely not... yeah, it's a pretty nice SEM shot of the claws. So you get a really good sense of what it is. Everything in the SEM, I think you really get to see the details of things, and so that's part of the reason. About how much does a microscope like that cost brand new? This microscope that we're using is a Leica. This is the DM2500, and it's a research grade microscope. And this microscope cost $20,000 without the camera and without the camera adapter, just the body plus the lenses plus the optics. But it has differential interference contrast on it, and I need that for basically diatom. When we get into the really high resolution imaging, I need that. But we're all stuck in our mold. And if you get it with the actual software and the measuring tools and the camera that comes with it, it's actually about $30,000 with all that stuff. So this is an inexpensive research grade microscope from my lab. And then I have 2 more of these in my lab. And then this is my camera that's here mounted on the top of it. It's just coming out from HDMI from the camera into a camera capture card. And thought maybe he was going to make a move. It's all squeezed into one end. So it's pretty expensive. Sticker shock, yeah. That's because it has the high resolution optics and high powered, the thing that sort of separates reasonably priced microscopes from unreasonably priced microscopes like this one is the DIC lighting. So it has a special type of condenser that's required for that. It has special objectives that's required for that. And then it has a filter that's in here that's required for that. If I just bought the base body for this plus normal objectives, I think this microscope cost about $8,000. It's the DIC components that make it so expensive. Yeah, it's pulled, all of its legs are out basically, and it's just trying to get itself the rest of the way out of its skin. Not so successfully. I feel like we could take a look around again and try to come back and see if it's making any progress. There was a water bear over here that I found hiding in the lichen somewhere. That's a rotifer. But we did see one over here. Very briefly stuck its face around the edge of something. Oh. There it is. That's a water bear. You can see it's clambering around on the lichen. So there's one when it's out of its mold. That one's doing fine. This is what they're supposed to look like. It's just crawling around like it's on loose gravel, basically, because that's the way the lichen is in the sample. It's slowly drying up. But there's a water bear. For people who really wanted to see one and were disappointed that we had one that was stuck in its own skin, here's a water bear. He thought I was just trying to pull a trick on you. It's not that far from the water bear that we were looking at, actually. It's like the other one's right here. Still hasn't figured out how to get out of there. Let's go look around and see if we can find any more. See what else is in the sample, because I don't think that guy's getting out anytime soon. Nematode. And this is the normal cast of characters that we see in lichen when we get it hydrated. It's water bears, the tardigrades, rotifers, mites, and mostly nematode worms like these. That's pretty much what we always see. There's a little bit of moss in this. That's what that bryophyte is right there. A little bit of moss on the sample. Probably food for water bears if they could find it. I should just leave my microscope sitting on that poor little water bear all night. I'll just keep adding water to the slide. And then in the morning, I'll see if it's managed to get itself out. It's possible that it never gets out, and then maybe that's the end of it. That's its failure story. There's something in here. I think that's a nematode. Wouldn't that be a sad way to go? To be able to collect enough food and be successful, to grow, and then when you try to grow, you basically just can't figure out how to get out of your own skin. So this, something's moving the lichen around. Oh, it's a nematode. One of the things you get good at when you do a bunch of microscopy, when your microscope is like your main thing that you do, you learn to sort of figure out the landscapes of slides. And so, like, I find landmarks and then I can just move around by the landmarks. So I can get kind of close by looking at the slide from a distance, and then can come back to those landmarks and basically use them to help me find my way back to things. And I'm pretty good at it, just from having spent a lot of time looking at the landscape that we're in. I just kind of get used to it. Nematode? There's a rotifer. Another thing that'll happen is eventually the water on the slide will start to dry up. And when that happens, it'll get easier for the water bears to move around, a little bit easier anyway. In the sample, because they're not used to being completely sort of underwater. These ones kind of are used to more like being in a semi-wet environment when they're active. So let's see. What do those bears do? Oh, they just crawl around and eat stuff. That's basically what all things do, you know, in a nutshell. What do water bears eat other than water salmons? Mostly they eat anything that will fit in their mouth. Mostly it's probably moss or algae that's in the water. I think that's probably the most common thing that they eat, besides water salmon. We haven't seen any birds today. But that was funny. Maybe it can't grab onto the glass and pull its own. Maybe I don't think it can really grab onto anything because its legs are now inside of its exoskeleton entirely. So grabbing on stuff is hard. Okay, so I gotta go. Thank you so much for the stream. Oh, Mel, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully some people who are here will give you a listen. I always am happy to have to promote my friends and people that I think there should be more people watching. And I think Mel is one of those people. I think that there's a lot of music streamers on Twitch, and a lot of them are really great. So thanks for hanging out. Sorry if this is asked, where did I get my sample from? Fish Stick Show. I collected these from sticks. I have a collection of sticks that are here that I grabbed off the roof of my house. So earlier today I told my wife, I feel like maybe I was going to do a stream from the microscope tonight, and I thought some people might ask me to look at water bears, because that's often comes up. And I just stuck my head out the window of our bedroom and grabbed some sticks off of the roof out there. And the first couple of samples that we looked through didn't actually have any water bears in them, or we had one that had a water bear, but it wasn't active. Our little friend will make it. He's just exhausted at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him and see what happens. It'll be transfixing. We need that Tinkerbell energy. You're torn between two streams. Hi, Boba. Did you see you got an instant shout out? Because my instant shout outs are working. How's it going? I was kind of shocked that you found 9 birds in the sample. Yeah, it was a lot of birds early on that we saw. So the raiders all missed it though. This is my most compelling stream ever. We got the instant shoutouts. Yeah, that's what we have around here. I need to build one for Mel so that she gets instantly shouted out when she arrives. I think because she hasn't actually been to the stream before this. It's mostly been me hanging out in her stream. But also Cheng I need to get one built for. We got Pacific Plankton is streaming. I see, that's the torn part, I guess. I'm guessing. I haven't seen Pacific Plankton on in so long. Yeah, we have suspense. Could you keep the tardigrade in an aquarium or terrarium so you always have some to show? Yeah, I could. I actually kind of like the process of finding them and showing people how easy they are to find. I actually kind of like that aspect of it. And like from a process-based sort of conversation with people, I kind of like to have that, the whole process visible. But you could keep them. I mean, I could take the sample and definitely could dump these stuff back into the materials that we have. I can dump them back into the sample. And, then I wouldn't have to grind sticks, basically. But I think that normally what I do is I feel like they would probably be better off in a natural environment. So I will often, after I've done a stream, what I'll do is take the material and throw it back out into my yard. And I figure that when it rains, they'll become active and they'll move around and find a new place to rest or to live. Oh, she's doing a variety of things? Is she not on her microscope? She started streaming, I guess, while I was already in here. Pacific Plankton. Oh, she's looking at mushrooms or something. Ah, very cool. She's streaming from Super Good Labs with her Super Good people, looking at bioluminescence. Perfect. Well, she would be a good person to raid if our tardigrade ever popped out of its skin here. The tail looks empty. What goes on there? Oh, Boba, what's happening is it's trying to molt. So it pulled its legs out of all of the leg holes, and it hasn't actually managed to rend its skin open. Hey, Cheng. He's going to pop out. I don't know. Like in theory, it should break through the skin and then be able to squeeze its way out of the molt. But she's holding a conference talking about mushrooms. Super cool. Yeah. So the people at the Super Good Labs where she has space do mushrooms mostly. So fluorescent body paint. All right. Yeah, she does some sort of like educational things with the mushroom people occasionally. So she's probably just running the microscope stuff while they're talking about the mushrooms. So it should be able to break its skin, to rend its skin open and then slide out the ripped open part of its skeleton. And it keeps trying to do that, but it hasn't actually managed to rip open the skeleton. So, oh, yeah. Thanks for the stream. I followed a while back. This is the first time of catching me online. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Sethly. And Pacific Plankton, if you're not following Pacific Plankton, you definitely should give her a follow. She's streaming right now. I'm not trying to push people out of my channel. But Pacific Plankton's our close friend. So we basically started streaming at the same time. And we've been friends since the beginning. So for like almost 2 years. And she was on my streams. She came to visit last year in the fall. So let's see. No microscope so far, yeah. They're trying a bit at a time. Yeah, it keeps trying to squeeze itself out, but hasn't managed to break open itself. Olivia asks, are microscopes able to track something? Like, are you able to leave it and trust the microscope to keep something in view? Mine is not. Some microscopes have been set up to do that. So yes, it's possible, but if I don't move the sample, nothing's going anywhere. So that's, it's probably going to drift around a little bit in the water as it moves, but I would be able to find it again. If I let it dry out on the sample, it would just stay where it is. It's not going to go anywhere unless Carlin picks up the microscope and moves stuff. So, does the water bear have enough water? The slide's still wet, but they actually get a little bit, when it's a little bit less water, they're actually a little bit easier for them to grab things. I don't know what's going on with the face area. It's like got a bit of its molt around its face, sort of like pulled off a little bit. I don't know if that's the hole it's trying to squeeze itself out of or not. But it seems like it's actually a little farther up its body than it was. So, but it's basically just trying to jam itself out. It's drifting a little bit, and I'm not totally sure why, unless there's a current. Maybe if you give it some Red Bull, yeah. I could put a dash in there and see what happens. I feel like maybe that's going to go poorly, but at this point, anything could help. It doesn't seem to have been able to manage. If it were me and I was stuck in this position, I would just reverse myself back into my skeleton. I would just be like, never mind. I didn't mean to molt. It wasn't time. And I would just slide back into the leg holes and be like, nope. It could be that it's sort of ripping open its face part there. I don't know what's going on. Like its head it's not the normal shape of a water bear head, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. Water bear with Red Bull wings. I don't have wings as an add-on that we can put onto them, but maybe. This has been a hilarious stream to me, and I think we'll just hang out. But I'm gonna go look over. I just want to look around at that other water bear real quick and see how it's doing. So we do have an actual water bear that's free and roaming around somewhere out here. And we saw it a little bit. It might be running out of water. That's a possibility. So that's the water bear we started with. I didn't see the other one when I went roaming around. Oops. Push the wrong button? No. But this line that you see over here, that's the water line. So it's actually, the slide is starting to dry up a little bit. What's the funniest prank that you've played on your students? Oh, have you never heard this story, Joshua? I actually have played a pretty funny prank on one of my students before. I had a student who really just loved donuts. And they were always talking about donuts, 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 donuts. And how much they loved donuts. And they also told me that they really loved it when people pulled pranks on them. And I thought, oh, okay. But I told them I was going to get them. I was going to fool them with a prank. And that they would never see it coming. That it would be a complete surprise to them when it happened. And that I was going to get them really in a great way. And you think you know where this is going. So I waited for a year. I never pulled a single prank on her. I just let her completely forget about it. And like 9 or 10 months later, she had a birthday. And for her birthday, I told her I was going to bring the lab donuts. Yes. And I told the other students in the lab, we're looking at a water bear. It's trying to molt and it's not doing a very good job of it. So I'm entertaining people with story. So it's pulled its legs in, but it hasn't figured out how to get out of its skin. So it's just sitting there right now, but it is actually alive. I'm going to put a little bit more water on this slide, in the off chance that it's going to have to get dehydrated. Then I'm going to have to figure out where it went real quick. Oh, it's still around. Anyway, so back to this story. It's playing dead, yeah. So this was part of my plan all along. I waited for her birthday. And outside of my main lab, where all of my students have their desks, there's these bay windows. And in the sidewalk, you can see people walk by the lab all the time because we're right on the ground floor. But there's like a depressed window ledge. Like if you step off of the sidewalk, there's like a valley you step into, and they put plants and stuff in there with rocks. And so I went to the donut store. I bought a big box of donuts for the lab, and then I took all of the donuts out of the box, and I put them into a Ziploc bag, and then I brought them into my office. And then I circled around the building, and I filled the box. Instead of with donuts, I put a bunch of rocks in there. And then I sent a message to the students in my lab, and I didn't tell them what I was doing, but I said, I'm coming back from the donut place, and I want you to make sure this student can see me coming with a big box of donuts. And and so I walked over towards where they could see me with the big box of donuts, and I took my hand off of the donut box and I waved high, like, I've got donuts, hi. And then because the rocks were in the box, I fumbled the box into the pit between the sidewalk and the window while I saw her watching. And then I was like, oh no, and I jumped in after the box to try to save the donuts. And I jumped down into the pit with them. And she came running out of the building, and she was like so upset she was like starting to cry. And because she was upset that I dropped the box of donuts into the pit. And then I pulled open the box, and they had, the rocks scattered out of the box into the pit, the little window pit thing that I was in. And then she was just like confused, like she couldn't figure out what was going on. And I looked over and I went, I gotcha. And she was so mad at me. And then she was like, what happened to the donuts? And then I went into my office and I got the bag of donuts, but I was just cackling the whole way. I just cackled from my office back to the lab with this thing of donuts. And that was probably the best prank I ever pulled. That's a good one. She loved donuts so much, and she was so mad at me. But then she was like, you got me. It was months in the planning. Like, I knew I would have to come up with something to get her. She never saw it coming. And she was so upset. I mean, she came running out, and she was like, the donuts. She was crying a little in the corners of her eyes. It was hilarious. Anyway. Bagels disguises don't. No. She would have noticed that. This was better. This was I just wanted to strike right at the heart of, like what I thought would get her motivated. And nobody in the lab knew what was going on, so they just knew that I had asked to make sure she could see mustard-filled donuts. That's terrible. So that was a prank that I pulled on a student, and a good one. Most students I don't mess with very much, but it was only because she told me she really liked it when people pulled pranks that I felt like I could do that. So I thought that was a good one. Pretty good prank to pull. Usually I don't mess with the students. They got a hard enough time, but when they ask for it, you would have put baking powder on the donut. Well, I don't want to ruin the donuts, because then we still wanted to eat the donuts. In this, we had a happy ending. Everybody got donuts at the end. Professor Prankster. But everybody got donuts there at the end, so it worked out, right? In this story, there was 3 parts. There was the setup, and then there was the build-up, and then everybody got donuts at the end, so it had a happy ending. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of story we like to have. The water bears escaped onto the moon, then they became monster-sized water bears, and then they ate Seattle. See? It had a happy ending. I don't know. I really thought that this guy was going to be out of this bear costume that he put on a long time ago. And it hasn't happened. So I don't know what we can do about it. It's still in there. You like that ending? The Eat Seattle ending or the donut eating ending? 10 for 10 for a good donut story. If you like donut-based art, I feel like you could do no better than my friend Estorella, who's here in the channel hanging out with us. She loves donuts and candy, and draws digital art of candy-based organisms all the time. You should give her a follow. She's here. Used to charge up capacitors and leave them in parts and drawers. This Devil and Mrs. J is here. I think she's still here. She was talking about how her husband put googly eyes on things at work. And she sent pictures into my Discord for that. Maybe play the theme from Rocky. I think I'll get terms of service if I try to play a theme from Rocky. Maybe that won't work out so well. But what I could do, since how this seems like it's taking a while, is I do have a camera hooked up to this thing. I can always take pictures. I think I'll just leave it running, but not leave the stream running. And then I'll just check in on it periodically. And when it molts, I'll take some pictures maybe. Just so that people can go to bed, you know, like they've been here waiting up, watching this poor thing struggling for hours now. We're in 4 hours of live time, and then probably 1 hour of it's just been watching this thing try to figure out how to get its skin off, you know? Had to hit the hay 3 hours later. It's taking a nap. It sure seems like it's not going to get out anytime soon. It's like watching the ball drop at Times Square. Exactly, except for slower than that. You don't know when midnight will come. You just have to wait. Maybe it will never get here. I don't know. Hard to keep people just hanging around, because it may never happen. But we could go raid our friend Pacific Plankton. I feel like that would be an okay thing to do. And you can check out what she's been up to. What do people think? I think that's probably a good plan. And I'll keep my eye on the water bear, and I will let people know what happens. When it molts eventually, I'll take some pictures and post them in my Discord. So people can, you know, get on with their lives. I don't know how long this is going to take. Let's go in and see what Pacific Plankton's up to. And I have a lot of people to thank, so Pacific Plankton, we'll give her a raid. We haven't seen her in so long. It's been months. She's been barely streaming at all, so this seems like a good time. We had resubscription from Chingmania, and we got a community gift sub from Joshua Sweet. We have a whole bunch of people that followed us, just a ton of people that followed us that came in with the raid. Obviously, we got a raid from Paleontologizing. We got resubscription from Joseph Radio Joe. Prior to the raid, we still had a bunch of people that followed us as well. And Lunkwell gave out a community gift sub, and Hello Sanders subscribed with Prime. So a lot of subscriptions came in. Earlier, and we had a lot of people that tried to help get our poor water bear out of their shell with the newts and subscription attempts and just about everything, and nothing seemed to work. So here we are, folks. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope everybody has a really lovely evening. And exactly, Newt. And let's go see what Pacific Plankton's up to. Thanks, everybody.